The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 3, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Dale W. Strong to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January the 9th, 2024, the chair will recognize members from a list submitted by the majority and minority leader for the morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties and time equally allocated between the parties and each such member other than the majority and minority leaders of the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now, more than 500 elementary, middle, and high schools across the U.S. contain Confucius classrooms. These programs, which have been introduced slowly over a number of years, share CCP propaganda and provide cover to communist regimes. At a time when Christians and Uyghurs are being persecuted in China, we cannot allow curriculums written in support of the Chinese Communist Party to be taught in American classrooms. To address this issue, it's time to pass the crucial Communism Teaching Act, which would direct the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation to provide civic education and materials for middle and high school students about the true dangers of communism. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation. We cannot afford to allow this growing influence to continue in American classrooms. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember the life of Monsignor Raymond Balta, who passed away this weekend at the age of 80. For the past 28 years, Monsignor Balta has served as the pastor of St. Mary Byzantine Catholic Church in Johnstown, where he led services. He prayed with his congregation, and he comforted those who were sick. During his time at St. Mary's, Monsignor Balta helped to grow and refurbish the parish, ensuring that congregants would be able to continue worshiping there for decades to come. At his retirement this past summer, Monsignor Balta was asked about his activities outside of his religious duties, and in response, he said that the church does not exist in a vacuum, and that the church is an integral part of the community. This afternoon, please join me and all those in Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District in praying for the members of St. Mary Byzantine Catholic Church in Johnstown as they mourn the loss of their beloved Monsignor Raymond Balta. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, as Americans celebrated Small Business Saturday by shopping small and working to support local businesses, those same businesses continued to struggle under oppressive federal regulations. Under President Biden, burdensome rules have dramatically hurt small businesses that are forced to spend more time and money to meet federal requirements. This week, the House will vote on the Prove It Act, which would require greater transparency from agencies on regulatory decisions that affect small businesses and ensure that small businesses can petition the SBA to review the economic impact of new rules and regulations. More than 61 million Americans are employed by small businesses, and any regulation that unfairly targets them is a danger to their families and the communities that rely on them every day. It is time to pass this legislation and stand up to the Biden administration's failed policies that have hurt our local economies over the past 4 years. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Geistown, Pennsylvania's new Chief of Police, Edwin Parada. Chief Parada brings 27 years of experience to the borough, where he will continue his career in law enforcement as a former canine officer, a former deputy sheriff, and a firefighter. Chief Parada has a deep understanding of public service, and the chief knows what it takes to serve and protect the people of Geistown. His background in criminal investigations and public safety make him the ideal leader in this role. I look forward to working with him to serve the people of Cambria County, addressing public safety and the issues that matter most to that wonderful community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Emmanuel, God with us, come and ransom us from all that seeks to hold us captive. Release us from our fears. Attend to us in our loneliness. Bring us back from our exile and receive us once again into the certainty of your favor. You who are wisdom, who has ordered all things, show us the path of your knowledge and teach us the ways we should go. Bright morning star, bring us your comfort. Divine dayspring, shine down on us the promise of your kingdom and bring us your consolation. Light of the world, dispel the shadows of our night and turn our darkness into day. O come, O King of Kings, come and bind our hearts to your own. Bid cease all our sad divisions. Shake all the nations, so that our deepest desires for your justice and mercy would be revealed. Fill this house and our lives with your glory. King of peace, reign in our lives this day. For it is in your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. House Resolution, directing the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives to release to the public the committee's report on its investigation into allegations against former Representative Matt Gaetz. Whereas, on April 9th, 2021, the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives announced that it had begun to investigate allegations that Representative Matt Gaetz may have engaged in sexual misconduct and/or illicit drug use, shared inappropriate images or videos on the House floor, misused state identification records, converted campaign funds for personal use, and/or accepted a bribe, improper gratuity, or impermissible gift in violation of the rules of the House, laws, or other standards of conduct. Whereas over 3 years, the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives compiled an extensive investigative record pursuant to Committee Rules 14A3 and 18A into allegations that Representative Gaetz may have engaged in sexual misconduct and illicit drug use, accepted improper gifts, dispensed special privileges and favors to individuals with whom he had a personal relationship, and sought to obstruct government investigations of his conduct. Whereas on November 13th, 2024, Representative Matt Gaetz announced his resignation from Congress. Whereas there is precedent for the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives to continue investigating and release reports of investigations into former members of the House of Representatives. Whereas in 1987, the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives released a report on its investigation into allegations of the misuse of campaign funds, improper gifts, the failure to reveal business interests on his financial disclosure, and the acceptance of a bribe by former Representative Bill Boner following his resignation from Congress. Whereas in 1990, the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives released a report on its investigations of sexual misconduct allegations, which included having sexual intercourse with a minor and making sexual advances towards a congressional employee against former Representative Don Lukens following his resignation from Congress. Whereas in 2006, the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives released a report on its investigation into sexual misconduct allegations, which included sending sexually explicit images to at least one minor against former Representative Mark Foley following his resignation from Congress. Whereas in 2011, the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives continued its investigation into allegations of sexual misconduct against former Representative Eric Massa following his resignation. And whereas, given the serious nature of the allegations against Representative Gates, a failure of the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives to publicly release its report on its investigation undermines the committee's credibility and impedes the safety, dignity, and integrity of the legislative proceedings of the House. Now therefore be it resolved that the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives shall immediately release the latest draft of its report and a summary of its findings to the public, including any conclusions, draft reports, recommendations, attachments, exhibits, and accompanying materials, with such redactions as may be necessary and appropriate to protect sensitive information, including witness identities relating to its investigation into allegations against former Representative Matt Gates.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House is immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentleman from Illinois will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Where is he? For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I seek to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, what do Green Cove Springs, Florida, and fine wine have in common? They both get better with age. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 150th anniversary of Green Cove Springs, Florida, which was founded on November 2nd, 1874. Green Cove Springs, my wife Abby's hometown, has been a thriving community for over 150 years. The city got its name from its beautiful mineral spring, which has attracted folks who have arrived by train and boat from all over the country and helped Green Cove Springs grow into the unique town it is today. 150 years is such a milestone that the city began celebrating on that Saturday, November 2nd, and they are planning dozens of events throughout 2025. Madam Speaker, I invite my colleagues to join me in celebrating Green Cove Springs, Florida, its past, present, and future. Here's to 150 more years of community spirit. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, while many of us joined our family and friends for Thanksgiving, first responders and 911 telecommunicators reported to duty to keep our community safe. During our second annual Pies of Thanks, we traveled and extended Thanksgiving greetings to them in all 19 North Carolina's 1st Congressional District counties on the same day. We delivered pies to those working to show our unyielding appreciation for all of the fantastic work they do. We must always join in demonstrating our genuine gratitude to the unsung heroes of our communities. Thank you to our first responders and 911 telecommunicators who are often the first responders of our first responders across eastern North Carolina. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Small businesses are vital to America. In fact, more than 99% of American businesses are considered small, employing nearly 62 million people across the United States. Last year in South Carolina alone, there were 479,000 small businesses employing over 840,000 people. To promote existing rules to protect small businesses for jobs, this week House Republicans will consider the Prove It Act. This bill requires transparency from agencies on regulatory decisions and empowers small businesses to petition the Small Business Administration to review proposed regulations. To actually promote decentralized democracy, President Trump in his first term deleted 8 regulations for any new regulation with real power to the people. President-elect Trump and Republicans are committed to putting small businesses before red tape. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks as warned by the FBI. Trump will reinstitute existing laws to protect American families for peace through strength. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today I rise to highlight the Houston Freedmanstown Conservancy as an organization dedicated to preserving the legacy of Freedmanstown in 4th Ward, Houston, Texas, one of the most historic African-American communities in the nation. On June 19, 1865, the day now known as Juneteenth, when General Granger enforced the Emancipation Proclamation in Galveston, many formerly enslaved persons made their way to Houston, where they built a thriving community against incredible odds. The Houston's Freedmanstown Conservancy, established in 2018, plays a crucial role to preserve this nationally registered historical site. I acknowledge its leadership, President Eileen Lawal and Vice President Harry Johnson, who continue to protect this community's history. I encourage Americans to visit the Freedmanstown Museum's Houston, founded in 1996, which continues to educate the public about the community's rich legacy, inspired by the vision of daughter Olee Yates McCullough and her father Rutherford B. H. Yates. Thanks to these organizations, Freedmanstown has been designated as Houston's first Heritage District and has earned recognition in UNESCO's Routes of the Enslaved Peoples Project. Preserving Freedmanstown is essential, not just to honor the past, but to ensure that all generations understand the sacrifices and achievements of the formerly enslaved. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back the remainder of my time.
The chair announces on behalf of the Speaker and the Republican leader of the Senate their joint designation pursuant to 1092B2 of the James M. Inhofe National Defense Authorization Act for the fiscal year 2023, Public Law 117-263, and the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the following individual to serve as co-chair of the Commission on the Future of the Navy.
Ms. Mackenzie Eglin of Arlington, Virginia.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and the nays are ordered, or votes subjected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 3960.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3960, an act to amend Title 35 United States Code to provide a good faith exception to the imposition of fines for false assertions and certifications and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, and the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials on Senate Bill 3960.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, this bill is a win for small businesses and the small inventors. Small businesses may qualify for reduced application fees when applying to the United States Patent and Trademark Office. However, under USC or under 35 U.S.C. Section 41 and 123, a small business may claim small entity or microentity status. For example, a standard cost of filing a utility patent is $320. A small entity, however, pays just half that, $128, and a microentity is charged only $64. When Congress passed the Unleashing American Innovation Act of 2023, the law required the United States Patent and Trademark Office director to impose punitive fines on entities falsely asserting or certifying entitlements to these reduced fees. This was intended to deter unscrupulous actors from claiming the benefit for which they did not qualify. However, in that bill, we granted no exceptions under existing laws for those who made an honest error in good faith. For example, if an employee is mistakenly categorized as a contractor rather than an employee, a good faith mistake could cause them to claim the wrong status. Or if, by mistake, information provided by another company to a licensee could also result in that. The impact of these punitive fines would be disproportionate to the honest mistake. These harsh fines may deter entities from seeking the benefit of small or micro entity status, since the potential cost of the fine would far outweigh the benefit. To ensure the small business benefit from can get those reduced fees, in concert with the House, Senate 3960 gives the PTO director the authority to waive punitive penalties when a business demonstrates it acted in good faith. I urge my colleagues to support Senate 3960 and ensure that small businesses, if claiming incorrectly, have an opportunity to make right their mistake. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield to myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of Senate Bill 3960. This legislation makes a minor technical change to give the Patent and Trademark Office the flexibility to decide when to penalize patent applicants for false certifications of eligibility for fee reductions. When Congress passed the Unleashing American Inventors Act as part of the government funding package for fiscal year 2023, we did so with the intention of making patents no longer the sport of kings, but an opportunity for inventors to make a decent living. Innovators should not have to work for a big tech company, major manufacturer, or any other powerhouse of industry to be able to file a patent. But that is exactly what often happens. Financial hurdles associated with obtaining and owning a patent, from hiring a lawyer to searching for prior art to paying standard application fees, can prevent individuals from seeking patents for their inventions. Barriers to entry like these hurt everyone, but above all, they hurt women, veterans, and minorities who often do not have the resources to go it alone. The result is that fewer ideas make it out there into the American innovation space. All of our talent becomes siloed in just a few companies, in just a few industries, and prospective creators shelve their ideas for another day. The Unleashing American Innovators Act sought to disrupt the current state of play by making a series of good government changes to the way the PTO works, including by increasing the discount on fees for small and micro entities, and by imposing penalties for making fraudulent certifications to obtain a discount. But I'm sure many out there will be shocked to learn Congress sometimes makes mistakes. And in creating these new fee waivers and associated penalties for trying to abuse said waivers, we neglected to consider the applicants too that can make honest mistakes in their applications. If innovators are too afraid to apply for financial exemptions because penalties for honest mistakes can lose them a chance at a patent, then all of our improvements may as well simply not exist. Senate Bill 3960 would correct this minor error. Under this legislative fix, a USPTO director would no longer be forced to find a good faith actor that erroneously asserts that they are entitled to a fee reduction for small or micro entity status. By allowing for honest mistakes in the application process, this technical fix will ensure that everyone has a seat at the table. I want to thank the chairman of the Intellectual Property Subcommittee, Mr. Issa, for introducing the House version of this legislation, which I was proud to join, along with Congresswoman Ross. And I want to thank Ms. Ross for leading the Unleashing American Innovators Act. This legislation has already passed the Senate, and I encourage all members to support it so that we can send it to the President's desk. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would ask if the gentleman from Georgia has any further speakers at this time.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Madam Speaker, we're prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Failing to account for good faith mistakes harms the exact same people the Unleashing American Innovators Act sought to help. Individuals and entities that can barely afford filing fees certainly do not have the financial resources to weather a hefty fine. Moreover, unlike large entities, the prospect of losing a patent associated with an erroneous application could very well mean losing everything. Smaller entities, therefore, are the most likely to avoid the risk of applying for the very programs that exist to help them. This legislation will ensure that the USPTO director will no longer be forced to fine inventors who make honest mistakes when they apply for a patent, ensuring that the people we were trying to help in creating the program are not chilled from participation. Again, I support this legislation. I encourage my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, in closing, we often get chastised in the House for not admitting our mistakes, but when a technical error could potentially lead to damages to the private sector, it's one of those areas I'm proud to say the Judiciary Committee is bipartisan and quick to recognize, and in concert with the Senate, we have done so here today, and so I urge all of my members to vote for it and yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 3960? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 7177 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7177, a bill to amend Title 28 United States Code to consolidate certain divisions in the Northern District of Alabama.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, and the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials on H.R. 7177.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield such time as I may consume, but I'll be brief.
The gentleman is recognized.
This is, in fact, a good common sense reform that has come from the gentleman from Alabama who has shepherded this bill, and so at this time I'd like to yield such time as he may consume to speak on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Ice. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 7177, which will improve the organization of the federal courts in the Northern District of Alabama. Specifically, this bill will ensure Alabamians are assigned to the closest and most convenient federal courthouse, eliminating unnecessary and burdensome travel expenses. This common sense proposal, which was approved by the Judicial Conference of the United States earlier this year, reflects how cases have been managed following courthouse closures for over 60-plus years since these boundaries were last amended. The Judicial Conference said it best. H.R. 7177 supports the efficient administration of justice. I'd like to thank the members of the Alabama delegation who have joined me to support the efficient administration of justice in North Alabama. I urge all of our colleagues to join me in supporting this proposal. Madam Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield to myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 7177, which would amend Title 28 of the U.S. Code to consolidate certain divisions in the Northern District of Alabama. By reducing the divisions of the Northern District of Alabama from 7 to 5, and reorganizing some Alabama counties within those divisions, this bill reallocates the judicial docket across the district, ensuring that the 2.8 million residents of the Northern District of Alabama have access to a speedy judicial system. When a courthouse closes, we may not hear about it here in our nation's capital, but the people who live and work in those judicial districts are intimately aware of the deleterious effect of courthouse closures on their community. Office workers lose their jobs. Other nearby courthouses become overcrowded, and thousands of people are left wondering if our judicial system will still work for them when they need it most. That is exactly what is happening in the Northern District of Alabama. After courthouses closed, the district itself requested these changes, which were elevated to Congress by the Judicial Conference of the United States earlier this year. These changes prescribed in this legislation are not meaningless technical edits. Moving some Alabama counties to different judicial divisions would make a world of difference to the people who live and work in those communities. About 59% of the population of Alabama lives in the Northern District, which includes 31 of the state's 67 counties and 2 of the state's most populous cities, Birmingham and Huntsville. Because so many Americans rely on the Northern District of Alabama to access our courthouse doors, the judicial system there must be able to spread a large volume of cases across its different divisions. But this is not a question of apportionment. Our country cannot have a flourishing justice system when residents are unduly burdened in their attempts to access it. I thank the representatives from Alabama, especially the sponsor, Congressman Strong, for introducing this legislation, and I encourage all my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close and reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. By reallocating the judicial docket across the district, this bill ensures that 2.8 million residents of the Northern District of Alabama have access to a speedy judicial system. In a nation like ours, where the population is constantly evolving, our judicial system must be responsive to the needs of residents, no matter where they live. Constituents in different divisions of the Northern District of Alabama deserve a courthouse that is geographically convenient so that they do not have to drive hours away from home to access the American judicial system. Responding to the needs of these residents is a small step in the right direction towards making our judicial system work for everyone, not just for those who are fortunate enough to live close by a federal courthouse in a metropolis. I urge all members to support the bill and send it to the Senate and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In closing, we are the United States of America, and it's in fact the people of the state of Alabama who have asked for this, the people's representatives of Alabama who have unanimously supported it, and the Judicial Conference which studied it and found it to be appropriate. So today I'm honored to be part of the other 49 states ratifying the need of one in their best interest as they brought to us, which is in fact what the United States was formed for, is to support the common good and the individual states in any way that we can. So with that, I urge that we support this, vote it out, and send it to the Senate, and I yield the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7177 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8666.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8666, a bill to amend Title 28 United States Code to authorize holding court for the Central Division of Utah in Moab and Monticello.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, and the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials for H.R. 8666.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, the federal courts are critical to ensuring that Americans' access to justice. The Central Division of the District of Utah is currently authorized to hold court only in Salt Lake City, Provo, and St. George. For residents of southeastern Utah, however, traveling to those courthouses is burdensome and requires hours of driving and affects their ability to access the federal court. H.R. 8666 addresses these issues at essentially no cost to the U.S. government. The bill authorized Central Division of the District of Utah to hold court in Moab and Monticello in southeastern Utah, in addition to those other locations allowed by law. In addition, this will be cost-free because the District of Utah already has agreements in place with state and county courthouses in those cities, and those facilities are being provided at no cost to the federal government because they're in the best interest of the people of Utah. These changes, which have been requested by the District of Utah, are endorsed by the Judicial Conference of the United States and the United States Appeals Court 10th Circuit, and, in fact, also is endorsed by the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Federal Public Defender's Office in the District of Utah. I strongly urge the passage and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I yield to myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 8666, which would amend Title 28 of the United States Code to authorize holding court in the Central Division of Utah in Moab and Monticello. Adding 2 additional places to hold court in the Central Division of Utah would help ameliorate the consequential barriers to jury service and court attendance faced by the federal courts in southeastern Utah. Moab and Monticello are geographically remote, making it difficult for Americans in those communities to readily exercise their Seventh Amendment rights. We are here today because it makes no sense that litigants should incur dramatically increased travel time and administrative cost to seek justice just because someone lives far from the nearest big city. Every day, the ratio of federal judges to Americans goes down as our population continues to increase. That means that every day, our constituents are a little less protected by the United States court system than they were the day before. But legislation like this bill will help alleviate the burdens of our court system and is widely popular on both sides of the aisle. And that is no small feat. Congress first organized Utah as one judicial district in 1894 with one authorized judgeship. The state's steady growth prompted Congress to add 4 additional judgeships over the last 100-plus years and to increase the number of places to hold court in Utah. We are at another such inflection point today. This bill before us has been requested by the local federal district as well as the Judicial Conference to meet this moment. Small steps, like passing this bill today, are positive moves in the right direction to help the people of Utah gain equal access to justice. I thank Congresswoman Malloy and Congressman Curtis for sponsoring this legislation to improve the lives of the residents of Utah. And I encourage all of my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield such time as she may consume to the gentlelady from Utah.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Issa. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 8666, to amend Title 28 United States Code to authorize the holding of court for the Central Division of Utah in Moab and Monticello, Utah. And I want to start by thanking my colleagues for their comments and support. Allowing the federal court to meet in Monticello and Moab allows all types of civil and criminal court proceedings in southeastern Utah, particularly jury trials. Jury summons for Utahns in this part of the state require a 5-hour one-way drive from places like Blanding to Salt Lake City, and that's a little over 300 miles. Some criminal cases have to be heard more than 4 hours from where the crime occurred, and then witnesses, law enforcement, and victims bear the burden of that travel, as do the U.S. Marshals when they transport defendants in criminal cases for jury trials. This area would also serve the Navajo Nation in the Four Corners part of Utah, where federal courts have special jurisdiction. Important civil cases require the same kind of travel arrangements. I personally was able to witness last week in southwestern Utah the investiture of the first federal judge dedicated specifically to southwestern Utah, and I've seen how much that means to those communities in my district where they can have their day in court, where they have a court in their community and they feel like they have a connection to the judicial system, and that's a really important part of maintaining faith in our institutions, faith in our judicial system, and I love to see us working towards getting southeastern Utah the same opportunity. Our courts are an indispensable part of our Constitution for peacefully resolving our disputes and for administering justice. I am proud to say that this bill helps ensure that rural Utahns have ready access to justice in the judicial branch of our government and the court system. I want to thank my fellow Utahns for their support and urge my House colleagues to pass H.R. 8666. And I yield.
From Georgia is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we're prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Americans deserve accessible courts close to their homes. There is no reason litigants should incur dramatically increased travel time and administrative costs to seek justice just because someone lives far from the nearest large city. Adding 2 additional places to hold court in the Central Division of Utah would make the system just a little bit fairer for the people who live there. And for that reason, I urge all members to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I can't hear you. The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In closing, this is yet another bill that says a great deal about the way members of Congress know their districts. Members of Congress travel their districts. They understand the needs of it. So when a Congresswoman like Ms. Malloy comes to us, she comes knowing what she needs and has already done the homework, both in traveling and in working with the Judicial Conference. So this is yet another example where the right answer comes from the people closest to the people, the individual representatives, and the committee is proud and happy to support this common sense change. And with that, we urge support for the underlying bill and yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8666? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9563.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9563, a bill to amend Title 28 United States Code to limit the availability of certain civil actions affected by United States sanctions and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hunt, and the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 9563.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support for H.R. 9563, the Protecting Americans from Russian Litigation Act of 2024. The Protecting Americans from Russian Litigation Act is simple. It is about protecting American businesses that are being unfairly punished by our adversaries. U.S. sanctions are a vital tool of American foreign policy, and they safeguard peace and security. But there are times when U.S. sanctions can put American businesses in difficult situations. A U.S. business that sells goods in Russia, for example, may no longer be able to fulfill orders or complete contracts because of said sanctions. In such sanctions, their Russian customers have been known to go to Russian courts for breach of contract or other claims. Suffice it to say that American businesses aren't likely to be treated fairly in a Russian court these days. Russia is engaging in frivolous legal action against American companies because they divested out of their country after they invaded Ukraine. Whether it's Russia, China, Iran, or any of America's adversaries, we have an obligation to protect America's interests and America's businesses at home and abroad. This bill will protect U.S. businesses and ensure that they are not unfairly punished for simply complying with U.S. sanctions and export controls. Similar provisions protect European companies in the EU courts, and it's high time that Americans get the same protections. That's why this bill is so important in protecting American companies from unfair litigation. It will provide protection for U.S. companies by barring civil action against those who are forced to breach a contract because of compliance with U.S. sanctions and export controls. American companies shouldn't be forced to pay penalties for doing the right thing and complying with U.S. law. I am proud to co-lead the Protecting Americans from Russian Litigation Act of 2024 with my colleague from Maryland, Mr. Glenn Ivey. I'm also honored to have my fellow Judiciary Committee colleagues, Jerry Nadler, Darrell Issa, Scott Fitzgerald, Hank Johnson, and Laurel Lee to join as original co-sponsors. Protecting our businesses from being targeted by adversaries is not a partisan issue, which is why this bill passed the Judiciary Committee with bipartisan support on a voice vote. This bill proves that even in divided Congress, we can still work across the aisle in a bipartisan manner on the issues that matter to the United States the most. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 9563, and I commend all of the bill's sponsors and the Judiciary Committee for their hard work on this important bill. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you. I yield to myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. H.R. 9563, the Protecting Americans from Russian Litigation Act of 2024 is targeted legislation to eliminate a loophole in U.S. law that could allow Russian companies to take advantage of Americans in the United States federal court system. Under the Biden-Harris administration, the United States has sanctioned thousands of Russian and Russians and Russian entities. Agencies across our government, including but not limited to the United States Treasury, the Department of Commerce, and the Bureau of Foreign Assets Control, have worked to make foreign aggression unaffordable for the Russian war machine. Sanctioned Russian entities, for the most part, have little recourse. A Russian company, for example, cannot physically force U.S. software companies to license platforms or provide them with IT services. In some limited situations, however, sanctioned Russian entities could bring suit in the United States federal court system. The legislation before us today would close that loophole. H.R. 9563 amends Title 28 of the United States Code to ensure that U.S. individuals cannot be sued for good faith efforts to comply with U.S. sanctions and export controls. Good faith compliance can include refusal to perform on a purchase contract, the revocation of software credentials, or the freezing of funds of a sanctioned entity, to name a few. For example, under this provision, a Russian diamond mine could not sue an American company in federal court for refusing to honor an importation contract because the U.S. issued diamond sanctions in March of 2022. Our businesses here at home should not be open to liability for complying with the law. But that is exactly what happened to J.P. Morgan earlier this year. Throughout 2024, J.P. Morgan has been embroiled in U.S. and Russian lawsuits with Russian bank VTB for complying with U.S. sanctions related to the war in Ukraine. I recognize there are some in this country who have praised Russia for its aggression, who have suggested that we should no longer provide aid to our ally, Ukraine. As Russia's war continues unabated, however, it is important we remember that Russia's aggression is a destabilizing force in the region. An emboldened Russia, bolstered by North Korean military aid, represents a clear threat to the United States' interests abroad and to our NATO allies. We should not reward their behavior by letting them take advantage of U.S. companies in our courts. I want to thank my friend Congressman Hunt and also my friend Congressman Ivey for their work on this bill, and I'm glad to join them as a co-sponsor in this legislation, and I encourage my colleagues to support H.R. 9563, and with that I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to my friend Representative Ivey from the great state of Maryland. 3 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 9563, the Protecting Americans from Russian Litigation Act. I'm proud to partner with my co-lead and my friend from Texas, Congressman Wesley Hunt, on this important legislation. I also want to thank Ranking Member Nadler and Representatives Issa, Fitzgerald, Lee, and Johnson for their support as well. In response to Putin's invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022, the United States imposed numerous sanctions and export controls on Russia. The Protecting Americans from Russian Litigation Act would protect American companies that are targeted by Russian litigants seeking damages resulting from good faith compliance with these sanctions. Unlike the United Kingdom and the European Union, the U.S. federal law does not currently protect companies complying with U.S. sanctions and export controls from litigation. Because of this, some Russian entities subject to sanctions have sued American companies in Russian courts, resulting in significant financial penalties to American businesses in certain cases. This bill would prevent Russian entities from seeking relief for these claims in federal court, thereby ensuring American companies are not punished for their good faith compliance with U.S. sanctions. Additionally, this bill does not interfere with our or limit the rights, remedies, or causes of action available to victims of international terrorism. This common sense litigation or legislation will protect American companies and ensure Russia is held accountable for its illegal invasion of Ukraine. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support passage of this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized to close.
I am ready to close. So, Madam Speaker, Russian companies should not be able to use U.S. federal law to punish U.S. entities for good faith compliance with American sanctions. H.R. 9563 will ensure that Russia and Russian entities cannot exploit loopholes in our laws to punish United States businesses. Because of the ongoing threat posed by Russia, U.S. sanctions are as important today as they were when the war began nearly 3 years ago. Making compliance easier on American companies is an important way to ensure the U.S. remains strong in its resolve to defend and support Ukraine. I urge all members to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Again, I want to thank my friend, Congressman Ivey, for co-sponsoring this bill with me, sir. Thank you very, very much. This is about putting the priorities of the American public first, and it is about protecting the companies in this country that have just done the right thing because of the sanctions that we have placed on Russia. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9563? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules to pass Bill H.R. 9151.
Does the gentleman wish to call up the bill as amended?
Yes.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 648, H.R. 9151, a bill to strengthen the Department of Justice's enforcement against trade-related crimes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hunt, and the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 9151.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, U.S. trade policy is a vital tool to protect American businesses and workers, ensure American competitiveness, and achieve our foreign policy objectives. For U.S. trade policy to be effective, we have to actually enforce the laws implemented in the United States policy. H.R. 9151 will establish the structure needed at the Department of Justice to go after criminals who perpetrate trade crimes. These crimes include trade fraud, tariff and duty evasion, illegal smuggling, trade-based money laundering, trafficking in counterfeit goods, and many more. Today, criminal enterprises and bad actors, predominantly based in the People's Republic of China, are breaking U.S. trade laws with impunity. This fraud has seriously undermined our trade policy. Additionally, in just fiscal year 2023, U.S. authorities seized over $2.7 billion of counterfeit goods, with the PRC accounting for more than 80% of those seizures. Those seizures reflect billions of dollars stolen from U.S. businesses and workers, which undermines the trade policies designed to protect them. In the past 2 years, law enforcement has also identified $750 million worth of goods mined, produced, or manufactured wholly or in part in the Xinjiang and Uyghur Autonomous Region. These goods carry significant risk of having been produced by forced labor and are illegal to import into the United States. We must do more to punish the criminals who are breaking our trade laws and inflicting serious harm on our economy. H.R. 9151 will enable the DOJ to dedicate specialized personnel to investigate and prosecute the perpetrators of these crimes. I want to thank all the sponsors for their hard work, as well as the hard work by the Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party to put together this excellent legislation. I also want to thank the Judiciary Committee for bipartisan efforts that led to this bill being reported by voice vote, demonstrating that we can work across party lines to advance trade policies that protect Americans. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 9151 and give teeth to our trade policies. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I yield to myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of H.R. 9151. This legislation would create a task force within the Department of Justice to increase the prosecution of trade-related crimes. Although DOJ already has dedicated personnel to enforce laws protecting Americans from illegal products, limited funding prevents prosecutors from doing more. Americans are protected from trade crimes by a patchwork of national security laws, including the Tariff Act of 1930, the Toxic Substances Control Act, and many others. These studies protect against a wide variety of crimes that impact the health, safety, and financial security of Americans, from the importation of counterfeit goods to the commission of trade secret theft through economic espionage. We've all heard stories about the most egregious cases, exploding counterfeit batteries that cause e-cigarettes to maim users, computer chips equipped with spyware in our product stream that endanger military secrets, handbags made with forced Uyghur labor passed off as fair trade materials. These are terrible outcomes with clear victims, and the United States law enforcement should ensure these cases never happen again. Other trade crimes may not have a clear victim or a defined perpetrator, but they are equally pernicious. For example, cyber intrusions can risk a company's trade secrets without their knowledge. They may never become aware of the data leak, but a foreign competitor can use the intellectual property to unfairly compete with the targeted company. Counterfeit products that look identical to a brand's trademark can cause irreparable damage to a small business or designer. Victims can suffer reputational damage, lose the opportunity to break into a specific market, and otherwise lose revenue that would have gone to them. The deluge of counterfeits and the unique way trade crimes are perpetrated have made it increasingly difficult for prosecutors at the Department of Justice to enforce our laws. H.R. 9151 would help the government prevent trade loss by creating a task force to identify, investigate, and prosecute crimes that hurt Americans in every industry. This legislation has been a bipartisan effort, and I thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, on the Select Committee on China, the Appropriations Committee, and the Judiciary Committee for creating carefully negotiated legislation that, if properly funded, would help the Department of Justice better pursue their objectives. Without such funding, however, the myriad investigators, prosecutors, and support staff envisioned for the task force will never be hired. You cannot increase trade crime enforcement without increasing the number of prosecutors working on the issue, and you cannot increase the number of staff handling trade crimes without more funding. Over and over again, I've heard my colleagues across the aisle call for Congress to defund agencies across the federal government, especially the Department of Justice. Yet, in the same breath, they ask them to do more to protect Americans. You cannot withhold funding from agencies that keep us safe and then act surprised when they do not have enough people to do the job. I sincerely hope we commit dedicated appropriations to this program and all aspects of DOJ in the days and months ahead. I support this legislation, and I support funding this legislation. And I encourage my colleagues to vote yes when it comes to a vote. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I recognize my colleague, Ms. Hinson, for 5 minutes.
The gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, the Protecting American Industry and Labor from International Trade Crimes Act. This bill puts American industry, American manufacturing, and American workers first. For decades, companies operating under the control of the Chinese Communist Party in the People's Republic of China have systematically violated U.S. trade laws. The CCP's illicit trade practices, including duty evasion, transshipment, market flooding, forced labor, and fraud, are deliberately designed to take advantage of American workers and businesses, lowering wages, forcing manufacturers to close their doors, and gutting our rural manufacturing towns. For example, the Select Committee on China uncovered trade fraud by Chinese auto manufacturer Qingdao Sunsong. Sunsong was using transshipment to evade U.S. tariffs, forcing an Illinois company to lay off a quarter of their workforce. Sunsong is far from the only Chinese company taking action to exploit our trade system to bolster China's non-market economy, crippling American industry and manufacturing, threatening workers' wages and livelihoods, and enabling slave labor. But despite the sheer volume of trade-related crime, the Department of Justice remains inadequately equipped to effectively detect, investigate, and then prosecute such offenses. So while tariffs are one tool in our toolkit to level that playing field, we also must enforce our trade laws and hold China accountable for repeated violations that have a catastrophic impact on American workers and American industry. By strengthening Trump's DOJ ability to detect and prosecute international trade crimes, my bipartisan bill will ensure that Communist China and other perpetrators are criminally liable for illicit activity and that those penalties are properly enforced. This will help to reshore domestic manufacturing and provide opportunities for our American workers. I'm also very proud to have the support of the China Select Committee Chairman, Chairman Molinar, and our ranking member, Krishnamurthy from Illinois, on this bill. Deeply appreciate their partnership and collaboration on this. And I also want to thank Chairman Jordan and Ranking Member Nadler for their support of this key bill on Judiciary Committee. To close, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and support American workers in the process. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to Representative Krishnamurthy, the gentleman from Illinois.
The gentleman from
3
Illinois
minutes.
is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 9151. For years, the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, has violated U.S. trade laws flagrantly and victimized American workers, companies, and consumers through trade crimes like dumping, transshipment, duty evasion, and fraud. In fact, there's an entire CCP-sponsored industry that publicly boasts it can help Chinese products illegally flood U.S. markets despite American anti-dumping provisions. These criminal activities have forced far too many American companies to shutter their doors and countless American workers to lose their jobs. Our bipartisan bill establishes a new unit at the DOJ to criminally prosecute these crimes. Whether it's dumping below-market iron and steel, flooding our market with illegal vapes, or violating the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, this new DOJ unit will send a clear message that these illegal and criminal trade practices must end now. As ranking member of the Select Committee on the CCP, I've been proud to work with my colleagues across the aisle on this legislation. I thank Chairman Molinar, thank you, Ms. Hinson, thank you to my own staff, including Ben Froman, who's put in yeoman hours on this bill, as well as Ranking Member Nadler and Ranking Member Johnson for his support on the Judiciary Committee. I look forward to working with my colleagues in the House and the Senate to fully fund this legislation and make sure it is signed into law in this Congress before the new administration takes office. American workers and manufacturers depend on it. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I recognize my colleague, Mr. Molinar, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of Congresswoman Hinson's bill, the Protecting American Industry and Labor from International Trade Crimes Act. Today, Chinese companies habitually violate U.S. trade laws. They go around our country's tariffs, and this harms U.S. manufacturers, undermines our workers, and diminishes American competitiveness. Last August, during a roundtable in Wisconsin, the Select Committee on the CCP heard from Americans across industries on how Chinese companies are breaking the law and decimating their operations. It is clear from these testimonies that the civil penalties rarely imposed on companies caught circumventing U.S. trade laws were not enough to stop CCP-sponsored trade fraud. Ranking Member Krishnamurthy, Congresswoman Hinson, and the bipartisan members of the Select Committee recommended last year that Congress pass legislation to criminally enforce trade crimes as a true deterrent to the CCP's coordinated economic coercion. Today's legislation takes that recommendation and turns it into action. We've solicited feedback from industry, worked closely with the Department of Justice, and coordinated with the standing committees here in the House to develop this robust legislation before us today. As the House considers this bill, I am committed to working with my colleagues on the Appropriations Committee to ensure the prosecutors hired to criminally enforce our trade laws are fully funded. In the face of China's economic onslaught against our country, we must ensure those prosecutors have the resources they need to enforce tariffs, protect American workers, and stop the CCP from taking advantage of the United States. Thank you again to Ranking Member Krishnamurthy and also to Representative Hinson for their leadership and for working with committee staff on this key bill. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and support American manufacturing. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, 3 minutes.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 9151, the Protecting American Industry and Labor from International Trade Crimes Act. As the complexities of international trade intensify, abusive practices and circumvention of trade rules escalate commensurately. Trade crimes impair our economy, disadvantage our workers, disrespect our consumers, and offend our national sensibilities. To halt these practices, we must reinforce America's capacity to identify, investigate, and interdict these crimes and empower the Department of Justice to prosecute the perpetrators. I'm pleased to co-lead and be an original co-sponsor of H.R. 9151, which is bipartisan legislation that would achieve these objectives. I commend my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, Representatives Hinson, Krishnamurthy, Molinar, and all the other co-leads and co-sponsors for joining together to confront this challenge. I especially appreciate my colleagues' receptivity to my suggestions about the Trade Crimes Unit structure, concentrating on a national team based at Main Justice, with the ability to deploy experts as needed to ports of entry around the country where trade crimes are occurring. By focusing resources at Main Justice, we will expand our core competencies in confronting these crimes nationwide so that we will retain the upper hand even if perpetrators redirect their activities to a different location in the United States. This bill would establish a trade crimes unit at DOJ to take aim against a litany of crimes that are prevalent in international trade, including crimes resulting from products made by use of forced labor, sellers using, abusing the de minimis exemption, foreign exporters evading duties and tariffs by shipping products through third-party nations, and products that violate safety and health rules. By creating and funding a trade crimes unit at DOJ, this bill would equip our country with expert investigators and attorneys who are dedicated to safeguarding our people, our jobs, and our economy. Madam Speaker, I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this important legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, over the last year, the House Judiciary Subcommittee on Intellectual Property has held multiple bipartisan subcommittee hearings regarding the IP and trade crimes threat posed by the Chinese government. Witnesses have testified about the flood of trade crimes and the inability of our government's limited resources to prevent, detect, and prosecute violations of the law. This legislation, if adequately funded, would help address these concerns, and it's a small step in the right direction, but it will be a significant step nonetheless, so long as we complete the puzzle by properly funding the program through the appropriations process. I intend to vote yes on H.R. 9151. I encourage my colleagues to do the same, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
Okay. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 9151? Those as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7324.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7324, a bill to make improvements in the enactment of Title 41 United States Code into a positive law title and to improve the code.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, and the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 7324.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7324. This bill was prepared for the Judiciary Committee by the Office of Law Revision Counsel. Congress enacted a restatement of Title 41 into a positive law title more than 13 years ago in January 2011. Since that time, Congress has continued to legislate on matters within Title 41, which necessitates the bill to update that title before us today. This bill does not change the substance of any law on the books. It simply updates Title 41 to account for laws passed by Congress since 2011. The bill also updates and corrects technical matters such as cross-references to other parts of the U.S. Code that have changed since 2011. I thank my colleagues on the Judiciary Committee for the bipartisan way that we handle these bills. I urge support of H.R. 7324 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the most important responsibilities the House gives the Judiciary Committee is to oversee the revision and codification of the statutes of the United States. Keeping track of the new laws Congress passes every session is a formidable challenge, but it is an essential part of maintaining the rule of law in our country, and it is a role we take seriously on the Judiciary Committee. I thank the chairman of the committee for bringing this legislation to the floor on a bipartisan basis today to further this important duty. The body of federal law is so large and complex at this point that it would be almost completely unmanageable without the United States Code. Currently consisting of 54 titles, the Code compiles the general and permanent laws of the United States into coherent subject areas. This makes our federal laws accessible both to the government officials who work to fairly administer them and to the private citizens who work the benefits of this, who seek the benefits or relief the laws provide them. To date, 27 of these 54 titles have been enacted into, quote, positive law, which means the text of these titles is itself the law, while the remaining titles are, quote, non-positive, end quote, meaning that they organize federal statutes for users' convenience, but do not themselves have the force of law. The painstaking and vital work of maintaining and updating the code falls to the expert lawyers working under the supervision of the House in the Office of Law Revision Counsel. We owe a great debt to these attorneys who ably carry out their statutory mandate, quote, to develop and keep current an official and positive codification of the laws of the United States, end quote, while maintaining strict impartiality as to legislative policy. H.R. 7324 is the first of 5 bills that we are taking up today that make conforming changes to statutes that have been impacted by the Office of Law Revision Counsel's positive law codification efforts while making no change in the meaning or effect of any existing laws. This legislation will help ensure that the code is an authoritative, accurate, and accessible source of federal law. And I thank the gentleman from Vermont, I thank the gentlewoman from Vermont, Ms. Ballant, for introducing the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I reserve and will be prepared to close.
Okay. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you. I yield to Representative Ballant, the gentlewoman from Vermont, 3 minutes.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Judiciary Committee is tasked with the underappreciated yet critical responsibility to oversee the revision and codification of the statutes of the United States. And I appreciate that today we are continuing the strong bipartisan tradition of ensuring that the U.S. Code is current and accurate. Currently consisting of 54 titles, the U.S. Code compiles the general and permanent laws of the United States into subject areas. And this categorization makes our federal laws much more accessible both to government officials, but also to private citizens who seek the benefit or relief the laws provide to them. The painstaking work in maintaining and updating the U.S. Code falls to the expert lawyers working under the supervision of the House and the Office of Law Revision Counsel. And I'm grateful to them for all their hard work and for the dedication to the rule of law. Now, H.R. 7324 makes technical corrections to the U.S. Code and is part of an effort to codify positive law in the U.S. Code. Specifically, the bill makes conforming amendments related to public contracts under the Title 41 of the Code. The statutory changes made by these bills are purely technical. They do not change the meaning or the effect of any existing laws. They simply ensure that the code is an authoritative, accurate, and accessible source of federal law. I want to thank Ranking Member Nadler and Chair Jordan for the bipartisan way in which they have moved these bills. And Mr. Speaker, I encourage my House colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I support this legislation. I encourage my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia has yielded his time. The chair now recognizes Mr. Tiffany from Wisconsin.
I'm prepared to close, and we can, I urge support of the bill also.
Okay. The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7324? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7341.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7341, a bill to make technical amendments to Title 49 United States Code as necessary to improve the code.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, and the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 7341.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7341. This bill was prepared for the Judiciary Committee by the Office of Law Revision Counsel. In 2021, Congress enacted the Surface Transportation Investment Act of 2021. That law created a new chapter 224 in Title 49. H.R. 7341 makes various technical corrections in Title 49 to account for the creation of that new chapter. This bill does not change the substance of any law on the books. It simply updates Title 49 to account for laws passed by Congress. I thank my colleagues on the Judiciary Committee for the bipartisan way that we handle these bills. I urge support of H.R. 7341 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7341, which makes a number of technical amendments to Title 49 of the U.S. Code while making no substantive changes. I support this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves.
I reserve and I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this legislation and I yield back the balance of my time.
Okay. The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is now recognized.
I'm prepared to close and urge support of this legislation.
Gentleman yields.
Gentleman yields.
Okay. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7341? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7339.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7339, a bill to make revisions in Title 51 United States Code as necessary to keep the title current and to make technical amendments to improve the United States Code.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, and the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 7339.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7339. This bill was prepared for the Judiciary Committee by the Office of Law Revision Council. In 2010, Congress enacted a restatement of Title 51, making it a positive law title. Since that time, Congress has continued to legislate on matters within Title 51, which necessitates the bill to update the title before us today. This bill does not change the substance of any law on the books. It simply updates Title 51 to account for laws passed by Congress. I thank my colleagues on the Judiciary Committee for the bipartisan way that we handle these bills. I urge support of H.R. 7339 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chairman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support H.R. 7339, which makes a number of technical amendments to Title 51 of the United States Code while making no substantive changes. And I want to thank the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Ross, for introducing this bill, and I wish to recognize her or to yield to her for 3 minutes.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to lead H.R. 7339, which updates Title 51 of the U.S. Code with new legislation enacted into law after 2010. This title is known as the National and Commercial Space Programs, and so much of that new legislation came through the Science, Space, and Technology Committee. The bill fixes cross-references and headings. It removes obsolete language, clarifies some phrases. Notably, as you've heard, this bill does not make any substantive change to law, which is why it passed out of the Judiciary Committee with unanimous support. Updating the U.S. Code periodically to make these technical and conforming changes helps ensure that the law is accessible to everyday Americans. The American people deserve a code that is comprehensible without specialized knowledge. And making the updates in this bill will help make that goal a reality. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin? It's recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
Okay. Gentleman reserves.
Thank you.
Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the legislation. I encourage my colleagues to do the same, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Yes, I urge support of this bill also, and I yield.
Okay. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7339. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7316.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7316, a bill to make improvements in the enactment of Title 54 United States Code into a positive law title and to correct related technical errors.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, is recognized, and the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 7316.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7316. This bill was prepared for the Judiciary Committee by the Office of Law Revision Council. In 2014, Congress enacted a restatement of Title 54, making it a positive law title. Since that time, Congress has continued to legislate on matters within Title 54. H.R. 7316 further updates Title 54 to account for those laws subsequently passed by Congress. This bill does not change the substance of any law on the books. It simply updates Title 54 to account for laws passed by Congress. I thank my colleagues on the Judiciary Committee for the bipartisan way that we handle these bills. I support for H.R. 7316 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7316, which makes a number of technical amendments to Title 54 of the United States Code while making no substantive changes. I support the legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
And I reserve.
Okay.
And I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the legislation, urge my colleagues to do the same, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Support, and I yield at this time.
Okay. The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7316? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7326.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7326, a bill to amend Chapters 4, 10, and 131 of Title V United States Code as necessary to keep those chapters current and to correct related technical errors.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, and the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 7326.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7326. This bill was prepared for the Judiciary Committee by the Office of Law Revision Counsel. OLRC is a nonpartisan office of the House of Representatives charged with assisting us in keeping the U.S. Code organized and up to date. As part of that mandate, the OLRC will submit bills for our consideration as necessary. These bills do not change the substance of any law in the books. They are purely technical and ministerial in nature. H.R. 7326 amends Chapters 4, 10, and 131 of Title V to account for bills passed by Congress since we last addressed Title V 2 years ago. I thank my colleagues on the Judiciary Committee for the bipartisan way that we handle these bills. I urge support for H.R. 7326 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of 7326, which makes, I rise in support of H.R. 7326, which makes a number of technical amendments to Title V of the U.S. Code while making no substantive changes. I support the legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Okay. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Benz.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Wisconsin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 7326 amends Chapters 4, 10, and 131 of Title V to account for laws passed by Congress in the previous 2 years. Title V deals with federal agencies and employees, and these chapters in particular concern inspectors, general advisory committees, and ethical standards. This bill was submitted to the Judiciary Committee by the Office of Law Revision Counsel, who informed us that this update of Title V is one of their most urgent projects. The OLRC is a nonpartisan office that assists the committee in our responsibility to oversee and maintain the United States Code. From time to time, it is necessary for Congress to pass bills, such as this one, to update the code to account for laws passed by Congress. This bill does not change the meaning of any law on the books. It simply updates the code to account for action by Congress. I urge all members to support the bill, and I yield back to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
The gentleman
reserve.
From Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I'll reserve, and I'm prepared to close.
Okay. The gentleman reserves.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Georgia and I are pleased to get this done in 20 minutes, what you said we had 20 minutes on each of them. So doing our work expeditiously here, and I yield and urge support.
Okay. Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this legislation. Encourage my colleagues to do the same. It's been a pleasure working hard with my colleague on the other side, Mr. Tiffany. And with that, I yield back.
Yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 7326? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7872.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 601, H.R. 7872, a bill to amend the Colorado River Basin Salinity Control Act to modify certain requirements applicable to salinity control units and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westman, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 7872, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7872, the Colorado River Salinity Control Fix Act. The Colorado River is a critical resource for the basin's 7 states. Since the 1970s, the Colorado River Basin Salinity Control Program has operated salinity control projects to reduce salinity levels in the river, which helps to improve crop yields for farmers. This effort is crucial since agriculture is the most significant component of the basin's economy. Historically, this program has been funded through both appropriations and power revenues. However, the Colorado River has experienced historic, ongoing, multi-decade drought conditions that have reduced hydropower generation and created an imbalance between the program's obligations and the cost payable through hydropower. The Colorado River Salinity Control Fix Act would address this challenge by reducing the cost share percentages from hydropower revenues and increasing the federal non-reimbursable costs for these salinity control programs across the Colorado River Basin. I urge the adoption of the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support of the Colorado River Salinity Control Fix Act, introduced by my colleague from Utah, Representative Curtis. The Colorado River is, of course, one of the American West's national treasures, but it's also a vital source of fresh water for 40 million people and 5.5 million acres of farmland across 7 states and Mexico. These communities rely on this river for water that is essential to their livelihoods. But agriculture and natural leaching can lead to the rising levels of salinity, which threaten the water quality of these communities and the amount of water available to be used for hydropower generation. Congress recognized the crucial need to limit the river's salinity in 1974 when it passed the Colorado River Basin Salinity Control Act, which authorized a desalting complex, and by passing further amendments to establish a basin-wide salinity control project. For years, these actions have helped maintain the salinity content within the river. The problem of salinity now, however, has been significantly intensified by continually worsening drought conditions, which have limited hydropower generation and, in turn, the funds made available for salinity control programs. This bill before us today prompts us to once again take action to preserve the water quality in the Colorado River. Specifically, this legislation would increase the federal cost share for the program to account for the impacts of ongoing drought. We must ensure that the Colorado River's clean, fresh water does not become ruined by our inaction. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of my bill, the Colorado River Salinity Control Act, a critical piece of legislation addressing a long-standing challenge to the people of Utah. High salinity levels in the Colorado River have far-reaching consequences. They threaten the beauty and the integrity of Utah's national parks, impact our ranchers and farmers, and jeopardize drinking water for millions of Americans. Decades ago, Congress recognized the urgency of this issue. In 1974, the Colorado River Salinity Control Program was established to combat harmful effects of salt discharge into the river from natural saline rock formations. However, we now face new challenges, including reduced water flows and increased pressures on the federal budget. The Colorado River Salinity Control Act makes vital adjustments to this program, ensuring its continued effectiveness while adapting to modern realities. I'm pleased to see this important bill before us today. It represents a significant step towards preserving Utah's iconic landscapes, safeguarding our water resources, and ensuring a clean and reliable water supply for Utahns and all who depend on the Colorado River. I urge my colleagues to support this critical bill and join me in protecting one of our nation's most important resources. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
Okay. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Michigan yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, H.R. 7872 builds on important efforts undertaken by all 7 states in the Colorado River Basin to ensure that salinity control projects are funded. These projects support farmers and ranchers across the region and lead to better environmental outcomes. The importance of this work cannot be overstated. Lastly, I want to thank Congressman John Curtis for his work in moving this legislation forward. While we will miss him on our committee next year, I know we will continue to find ways to work with him in his new role down at the other end of the Capitol. I encourage adoption of this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7872? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose is the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6395.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 602, H.R. 6395, a bill to amend the Energy Act of 2020 to require the Secretary of the Interior to include the Secretary of Health and Human Services in consultations regarding designations of critical minerals, elements, substances, and materials.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 6395, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill brings together two agencies that don't usually interact, the United States Geological Survey, USGS, and the Department of Health and Human Services, HHS. H.R. 6395, the Recognizing the Importance of Critical Minerals in Healthcare Act of 2023, would add HHS as a consulting agency for the development of USGS's critical minerals list. USGS publishes and updates this list every 3 years and, as directed by the Energy Act of 2020, consults with the Secretaries of Defense, Commerce, Agriculture, Energy, and the United States Trade Representative in crafting each iteration. So why is it important to include HHS as a consulting agency? The critical minerals list constitutes a collection of minerals deemed necessary for economic and national security and whose supply chains are vulnerable to disruption. There are many mineral applications in the healthcare industry. For example, radioisotopes derived from low enriched uranium are used in over 40,000 imaging procedures in the U.S. daily, enabling diagnosis of cancer and heart disease, and liquid helium is frequently used as a coolant in MRI machines. By requiring DOI to consult with HHS, H.R. 6395 will ensure that medical uses of these minerals and the ramifications that any supply disruption could have on the healthcare economy are adequately considered when evaluating critical minerals list designations. Again, I want to thank the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Curtis, for his hard work in bringing this bill to the floor today. And I want to thank my friends on the other side of the aisle for recognizing the importance of passing this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6395, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Recognizing the Importance of Critical Minerals in Healthcare Act, sponsored by my friend and colleague, Representative Curtis, who I too am going to miss when he goes to the other side, but still plan on working very closely together with. This bill would require the United States Geological Survey to consult with the Department of Health and Human Services on the critical minerals list. The critical minerals list, as folks know, can be quite controversial, but this bill takes a true good governance approach by increasing intergovernmental coordination. It's straightforward. The critical minerals list identifies the mineral commodities that are critical to our nation's economic and national security. And healthcare is, of course, vitally important to our economic and national security. So this bill recognizes the importance of the minerals used by the healthcare sector. Certain platinum metals are used in chemotherapy and cardiac technology. Zinc is used to carry portable oxygen in defibrillators. Lithium is used in pacemakers and other portable electronics. There are countless examples of life-saving medicines and medical devices that use critical minerals. USGS already consults with the Secretaries of Defense, Commerce, Agriculture, Energy, and the U.S. Trade Representative on the critical minerals list, and informally consults with the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Formally consulting with HHS is an appropriate way to ensure minerals used in medical technologies are appropriately evaluated for criticality. I urge support for this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I first would like to return the appreciation to the Chairman of Natural Resources and the opportunity to work with him. I think he's a great example of what a chairperson should do in Congress. And to my good friend from Michigan, thank you. I'm not going that far away, and I look forward to continually working with you. You are a wonderful example to me of passion and love for what you do. And the people of Michigan are fortunate to have you represent them. I rise today in support of my bill, the Recognizing the Importance of Critical Minerals in Healthcare Act. I also want to thank Congresswoman DeGette for her partnership in advancing this important initiative. This legislation addresses a critical gap in the process for identifying minerals essential to our nation. Under current law, the U.S. Geological Survey collaborates with various government agencies to assess and designate critical minerals. vital to our national security. However, one key agency is glaringly absent from this process, the Department of Health and Human Services, HHS. HHS plays a central role in our healthcare system, yet it's been excluded from decisions about minerals critical to the medical technologies and treatments that Americans rely on every day. For example, helium is necessary for medical imaging. MRIs require nearly 2,000 liters of helium to maintain the magnets that make them functional. Despite the growing helium shortage, this essential resource was recently removed from the critical minerals list, a decision that underscores the need for better interagency coordination. By ensuring the healthcare implications of critical mineral decisions are fully considered, this legislation will help safeguard public health and our medical infrastructure. Whether it's helium or other minerals essential to producing life-saving medical devices, we must ensure that our decision-making process reflects the needs of the healthcare system. I thank my colleagues for their bipartisan support in recognizing the importance of this issue, and I yield my time. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further request for time, and I'm prepared to close our reserve.
Okay. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, without the necessary tools, healthcare professionals cannot administer life-saving care to their patients, and while it might not be immediately obvious, these tools include minerals and materials. From the copper, gold, lithium, titanium, silver, and platinum used in antimicrobial touch services, heart stents, pacemakers, surgical tools, antibiotics, and chemotherapy, to the uranium byproducts and liquid helium used in cancer treatments and MRI that I mentioned earlier, our healthcare system is only as reliable as our supply chains. The Critical Mineral Act of 2020 was crafted explicitly so that USGS would consult with multiple agencies, each providing expertise within their respective jurisdictions. Adding HHS as one of these agencies, as H.R. 6395 aims to do, would ensure the mineral needs of the healthcare sector are fully considered as USGS crafts the critical minerals list going forward. I again urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, if the gentleman yields, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6395? Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5103 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 618, H.R. 5103, a bill to require the Director of the Office of Management and Budget to approve or deny spend plans within a certain amount of time and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 5103, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 5103, the Fishery Improvement to Streamline Untimely Regulatory Hurdles Post-Emergency Situation, or FISHES Act. This legislation, sponsored by the gentleman from Florida, Congressman Byron Donalds, will protect states and fishing communities from unnecessary delays in the disaster recovery process. Under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, states and communities affected by fishery disasters can petition for funding to assist in response and recovery efforts. However, affected states and communities have experienced delays in obtaining the approvals needed to access these funds. H.R. 5103 requires the Secretary of Commerce to review disaster spending plans submitted by requesters within 10 days. Additionally, while the legislation allows the Office of Management and Budget to review spending plans, it makes it clear that they may not, and I repeat, may not delay the statutory timelines. This will ensure accountability and consistency in the fishery disaster response process, providing certainty to states and fishing communities in times of recovery. I urge adoption of the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 5103 would speed up the timelines for providing funding to communities affected by fishery disasters. Coastal communities rely on fisheries for jobs and economic development. However, a fishery's health often depends on environmental conditions. Hurricanes, oil spills, and other disasters can severely impact fisheries and harm coastal economies. Under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, Congress can appropriate funds for disaster assistance, which the Department of Commerce can then provide in the form of a grant, cooperative agreement, loan, or contract. After the Secretary of Commerce declares a fishery disaster and Congress appropriates disaster funding, the Office of Management and Budget must approve spend plans before any money can be distributed to recipients. These reviews can also be lengthy. Delays in processing mean longer wait times for fishers, tribes, and coastal communities needing relief. Allowing the Office of Management and Budget and the Secretary of Commerce to review spend plans concurrently, as this bill proposes, will increase efficiency and speed up the allocation of disaster relief funds, ensuring faster support for impacted communities and more efficient recovery efforts. I support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. Donalds.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my bill, the Fishes Act. I represent Florida's 19th Congressional District in Southwest Florida, which is a significant coastal presence. In Southwest Florida, hurricanes are common, which often bring about significant damage to critical infrastructure, businesses, and communities alike. When people think about disaster relief, FEMA and the SBA often come to mind. However, we must not forget about the critical disaster relief that NOAA provides in the aftermath of a federally declared fishery disaster. For background, during the fishery disaster relief process, states must submit a spend plan to NOAA, which lays out how the state is going to spend the financial relief it receives from the federal government. Currently, the Office of Management and Budget can voluntarily decide to insert itself into the federal fishery disaster relief process, which it often does, to review a state's spend plan. Unlike most other aspects of the process, OMB has no deadline to review a spend plan. Predictably, this has led to an unnecessary delay in allocating crucial federal relief post-disaster. For example, the state of Florida alone has requested fishery disaster relief on 7 different occasions since 2012. However, on each occasion, over 2 years has lapsed from the time of approval to when fishery disaster relief funds were ultimately made available. This is simply unacceptable. We must throw coastal communities and businesses a life raft to help them stay afloat post-disaster. And as we saw firsthand in Southwest Florida, time is of the essence once a disaster hits. We as legislators must continue to find ways to cut self-induced red tape and streamline the disbursement of relief to communities devastated by a natural disaster. That's where the Fishes Act comes in. This simple bill expedites the allocation of federal fishery disaster relief by requiring OMB to review a state spend plan concurrently with NOAA, while also requiring that funds be distributed to guarantees within 90 days after a complete spend plan is received. Time is of the essence when it comes to dispersing relief post-disaster, but this isn't just a Florida issue, it's a nationwide issue. The fact is illustrated by the diverse coalition of nationwide organizations that endorses the Fishes Act, along with the vast number of bipartisan members across the country that have decided to co-sponsor this bill. Specifically, the Fishes Act is co-sponsored by 48 of my colleagues, and this bill is currently endorsed by 107 organizations of all kinds, representing the environmental community, fishing community, boaters, hospitality industry, retail and restaurant industries, and so on. The overwhelming support for my bill has received speaks for itself, and it really highlights how vital it is for the Fishes Act to be signed into law as soon as possible. Time is of the essence once a disaster hits, and we as Congress have an ability to expedite the disbursement of federal relief to communities in need. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this common sense bill and pass the Fishes Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
From Florida yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, many times in recent years, this body has taken steps to help communities recover in the wake of natural disasters. Programs designed to help communities recover from these disasters must work effectively and help communities to recover in a timely manner. Too often, government bureaucracy can act as an impediment to recovery efforts. We can improve this process by ensuring the Office of Management and Budget does not unnecessarily delay it. I want to again thank Congressman Byron Donalds for his work on this issue and the many members and stakeholders who have supported this effort. I urge the adoption of the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 5103, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7332 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 622, H.R. 7332. A bill to require the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture to convey certain federal land to the state of Utah for inclusion in certain state parks and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 7332, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of Representative Malloy's bill, the Utah State Parks Adjustment Act. This legislation would transfer several parcels totaling approximately 782 acres of federal land to the state of Utah for inclusion in the Utah State Park system. The parcels included in this conveyance are currently managed by the Bureau of Land Management or the U.S. Forest Service and are either adjacent to or comprise inholdings within the boundaries of the Utah State Park system. Specifically, H.R. 7332 would convey approximately 280 acres of federal land to Antelope Island State Park to modernize an existing campground and 502 acres of Bureau of Land Management and Forest Service land to Wasatch Mountain and Fremont Indian State Parks to expand and enhance existing trail networks. The legislation is a win-win for Utahns and the American taxpayer. Utah's state parks are renowned for their striking beauty and plentiful attractions and for being well-managed and popular. Bolstering these state parks will help produce more evenly distributed tourism and visitation patterns, preventing overcrowding of Utah's more famous national parks. This legislation will improve recreation infrastructure and public access for all local Utahns and visitors alike, helping grow Utah's outdoor recreation economy. Federal land managers will also reap benefits from these transfers. In its statement supporting H.R. 7332, the BLM testified that the bill would, quote, improve manageability and dispose of isolated federal parcels that are difficult to manage, end quote. I again commend Representative Malloy for her leadership on this important issue. Over 60% of Utah's land is federally owned, and conveying these properties from the federal estate to the Utah State Park system will improve land and natural resource management. The changes will benefit the people of Utah and our public lands. I reiterate my strong support for this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Utah State Parks Adjustment Act, which would convey 3 parcels of land under the Bureau of Land Management and Forest Service to the state of Utah. Once conveyed, the parcels in and around Antelope Island, Fremont Indian, and Wasatch Mountain State Parks will be incorporated into the Utah State Park system to be used for public purposes, including parks, campgrounds, recreation, and permitted livestock grazing. I would like to thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for working with the administration to incorporate agency feedback on this bill, including by clarifying the intent for the lands to remain in compliance with the Recreation and Public Purposes Act. By consolidating ownership to the state of Utah, the land conveyance directed by this bill is expected to improve the management of these lands. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlelady from Utah, the sponsor of the bill, Ms. Malloy.
The gentlelady from Utah is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 7332, that would transfer nearly 800 acres of federal land to the state of Utah. For nearly 20 years, the Utah State Parks Division has managed the Castle Rock Campground by the Fremont Indian State Park in Sevier County in my district, but the land is owned by the Forest Service. Ownership of this land by the federal government hinders the state's ability to effectively manage the campground for visitors to the park. It also prevents efficient and timely improvements to the campground's roads, trails, and utilities. Utah is known for a long list of things, but 2 of the things that are at the top of that list are the Great Salt Lake and parks. Antelope Island State Park stands in the Great Salt Lake, and Wasatch Mountain State Park lies near Park City, known for its ski resorts. And both of them are among the most visited state parks in Utah. These 2 parks have something in common, which is a checkerboard of dozens of small parcels of federal land inside the state park boundaries. These parcels are currently managed by the federal government, and the state has historically managed these lands under a permit. But recently, some of the permits were terminated, and the reason the Bureau of Land Management gave for not continuing the permits was that they didn't have the resources to manage and oversee these parcels. They've been managed for years as part of state parks. They will continue to be managed as part of state parks. It just makes sense for the state to take over management of these parcels. H.R. 7332 would formally transfer these lands to the state to be managed under their thoughtful and diligent management in accordance with their management of the rest of the state parks. Utah has some of the most beautiful and recognizable landscapes in the world, and this bill would help ensure that Americans, Utahns, and even visitors from abroad are able to access and enjoy these parks and the resources we enjoy. I ask for my colleagues' support of this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this common sense bill will benefit Utah state parks and alleviate some clear land management inefficiencies on the federal side. At its core, H.R. 7332 is an example of effective collaboration between federal agencies, local stakeholders, and Congress. I commend Representative Malloy for her efforts to bring these stakeholders together, and I thank her for introducing this meaningful legislation. I urge the adoption of the legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 7332, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6826.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 623, H.R. 6826. A bill to designate the Visitor and Education Center at Fort McHenry National Monument and Historic Shrine as the Paul S. Sarbanes Visitor and Education Center.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 6826, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of Representative Ifume's bill, H.R. 6826. This legislation will name the Visitor and Education Center at Fort McHenry National Monument and Historic Shrine in Baltimore, Maryland, as the Paul S. Serbanes Visitor and Education Center. Fort McHenry is famously the site of an 1814 attack by British troops against 1,000 American soldiers, which inspired Francis Scott Key to write the Star-Spangled Banner. Paul Serbanes honorably served the state of Maryland for 6 years in the House of Representatives and 3 decades in the U.S. Senate. During his tenure, Senator Serbanes helped secure funding to construct the new Visitor Center at Fort McHenry, which increased its capacity and improved visitor access. After a long life of distinguished public service, Senator Serbanes sadly passed away in 2020. I commend Representative Ifume for leading this effort. Naming the Visitor and Education Center at Fort McHenry after Senator Serbanes would honor his long history of service to Maryland and his special connection with Fort McHenry site. Fittingly, this legislation has drawn bipartisan support and is co-sponsored by Maryland's entire congressional delegation. I support the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6826, a bill introduced by my friend and colleague from Maryland, Representative Ifume. This legislation would rename the Visitor and Educational Center at Fort McHenry National Monument and Historic Shrine as the Paul S. Serbanes Visitor and Education Center in honor of the late Senator Serbanes. Throughout his career, Senator Serbanes showed a deep commitment to the preservation of Fort McHenry and its history. This star-shaped military fort in Baltimore Harbor was a vital site when British forces invaded the Chesapeake Bay region during the War of 1812. In 1814, the British Navy attacked the fort for 25 hours in what has become known as the Battle of Baltimore. This battle inspired Francis Scott Key to write what has become the lyrics to the Star-Spangled Banner. Senator Serbanes championed legislation to add the Star-Spangled Banner National Historic Trail to the National Trail System, and he worked to secure millions of dollars for the restoration of the fort. He served as the vice chair of the Maryland War of 1812 Bicentennial Commission from 2007 to 2015. And during his tenure, Senator Serbanes was recognized as an honorary colonel at Fort McHenry and an honorary park ranger. Renaming Fort McHenry's Visitor and Educational Center after Senator Serbanes would commemorate his steadfast commitment to preserving this historic site. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Maryland, the sponsor of this bill.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I'm going to extend my sincere thanks to Representative Dingell, the gentlelady from Michigan, and Chairman Bruce Westerman, the gentleman from Arkansas, for their leadership on the floor today and for the longstanding diligence and civility that they bring to each and every debate. It is not lost on me at all. To the ranking member, Representative Grijalva of the Federal Land Subcommittee, Tom Tiffany, and Subcommittee Ranking Member Joe Neguse, thank all of you. You have my sincerest appreciation. It's been a bit of a struggle to get to this point, but we found a way to get here in a bipartisan manner, and I'm deeply, deeply appreciative. Mr. Speaker, I rise today, as you know, in support of H.R. 6826, legislation to designate the Visitor and Education Center at Fort McHenry National Monument and Historic Shrine as the Paul S. Serbanes
Visitor and Education Center. The Fort McHenry National Monument and Historic Shrine is a unit of the National Park Service, and it resides in the heart of my congressional district in Baltimore. As many of you may know, Fort McHenry was, as was mentioned earlier, the site of the historic Battle of Baltimore, the conflict between British and American forces which came to a head in the year of 1812. During the clash, American forces beat back British sea and land invasions off of the busy port city of Baltimore and permanently neutralized the commander of the invading British forces. That resistance at Baltimore's Fort McHenry during the bombardment by Royal Navy-inspired leaders and the ships that they were on also inspired the poem Deference to Fort McHenry, which later became the lyrics to the Star-Spangled Banner, our national anthem. Each year, hundreds of thousands of people from across America visit the fort to engage in outdoor recreation and to learn more about one of the most defining moments of our nation's history. The late Senator Paul Sarbanes, who served in this body for 6 years before eventually being elected to the Senate, was a champion of Fort McHenry from the beginning, and he firmly believed that the site would always be critical to understanding and appreciating our national heritage and our national identity. Throughout his career, Senator Sarbanes worked tirelessly to facilitate public enjoyment and a real understanding of the historic events and the people who are still connected to that site. Senator Sarbanes was and remained a true American patriot. He secured millions of dollars in federal funds to enable critical repairs of the fort's deteriorating seawall, its masonry, and its foundations. And it stands as it does today and looks as it does today, so much because of his tireless efforts. Likewise, he worked to introduce numerous bipartisan bills that eventually established the Star-Spangled Banner National Historic Trail as the 26th such trail in America. It covers Virginia, the District of Columbia, and the state of Maryland. Telling the stories of the events, people, and the places that led to the birth of the national anthem is one of the things that he took a great deal of pride in. And of course, he worked to build the Visitor Center, which we are discussing today at that historic fort. As we know, Congress may authorize placement of a commemorative work, such as the naming of a center, in cases where there is compelling justification for the recognition that would permanently express the noteworthy and national relevance between both the person and the site. Having served here in this body with some of you, I know I served with him many years ago, and having served with John Dingell, the distinguished ranking member's husband, Paul worked very, very hard, not just to lift up the idea of saving and preserving the fort, but to why it was important to do it together as Democrats and Republicans. I want to particularly thank his son, John Sarbanes, who has served with us now for almost 18 years, who will be leaving this body in a few weeks, for the opportunity to be able to champion and to run with this legislation as an honor to his father, but certainly as an honor to him. I believe, Madam Speaker, that passing H.R. 6826 undoubtedly would be a fitting tribute to Senator Sarbanes' memory and an appropriate acknowledgement of his connection to and advocacy for the site, the state, and the nation. And so I urge adoption of this legislation for a selfless American who gave everything he had and could to the nation that he so loved. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, the son of a great man who I call friend, Representative John Sarbanes.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much. I thank the gentlelady for yielding her time. Let me thank Chairman Westerman and his staff for working with Congressman Mfume and the whole Maryland delegation over the last few months. It's been a pleasure. Appreciate very much the work to get the bill to the floor. Want to thank Congressman Mfume not just for his leadership on the bill, but for the very, very kind and generous words that he just gave with reference to my father and his support for this effort from the outset. And I obviously want to thank the bipartisan members of the Maryland delegation, both in the House and the Senate, who supported this effort. If you were to go to Fort McHenry today, you would see that there's a glass case there. Inside it is a picture of my father and the honorary ranger's hat that was given to him years ago by the National Park Service because they understood what a close association he had with the fort for so many years and all that he had done over the period of his time here in Congress. He understood that in many ways Fort McHenry is the beating heart of Baltimore, given its history, given its location, given its status as a cultural treasure there in the city and in the region, and he did everything he could to lift it up. I thought what I could do to add to this discussion today is quote from an oral history. My father, about 3 years before he passed away, agreed to sit for 20 hours of oral history, videotaped, where he went back over the course of his career. And he was asked, what are some of your greatest achievements, the things that you're proud of? And one of the things that he talked about was Fort McHenry. So these are the words of Paul Sarbanes. The fort, which had been turned over eventually to the National Park Service, obviously had tremendous potential as an educational venue and as a tourist site, and it occupies a very strategic location in the Baltimore Harbor. But it had serious preservation problems, as Congressman Mfume alluded to. He goes on to say, that fort was there from the early 1800s on. Well, we were facing a real problem because we were coming up towards the bicentennial of the War of 1812. It was down the road a ways, but you have to anticipate these things because it takes time to get there. We needed desperately a new visitor center. We had a tiny visitor center there at Fort McHenry, but it was completely inadequate to the current flow of people that were coming through, let alone what we hoped would be a significant uptick in attendance. So we went to work to try to get a visitor center. And we were able to do that in fairly short order, as it turned out. We really put a lot of intense effort into that. First, we got a study authorized by the Park Service, requiring the Park Service to authorize the necessity and desirability of the visitor center. And then their report came in positive about that, so we put legislation in to actually authorize the new visitor center. And then we had to get the money. Anyhow, we got it all into place, and we got it in time for the bicentennial. So we had a new visitor center there at Fort McHenry, and we get huge numbers of people coming through. You can hear in those words his sense of pride, securing that funding and resources for the visitor center, but really to make the fort available for people across the country. It was near and dear to his heart, and nothing could be a finer tribute than to name the visitor center after my father, Paul Sarbanes. Again, I thank the delegation for its support of this. I thank Chairman Westerman, Ranking Member Grijalva, Ranking Member Neguse, and others on the committee for this bipartisan effort to pay tribute to Paul Sarbanes. And with that, I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Maryland yields back. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the distinguished Dean of the Maryland delegation, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized. How much time is left?
Thank you, my friend. Gentlelady from Michigan, congratulations to her on a victory her team had. I called her and hope she got the message. And to my friend Bruce Westerman, who is as suited to be the chairman of this committee as anybody by training and by values. And I thank him for his work on this legislation. And of course, I thank my friend John Sarbanes His father would be so extraordinarily proud of the service that he has given, and that the service I know he's going to be giving as a former member of this body, but never a former friend. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this legislation and in honor of my dear friend of almost 60 years, Paul Sarbanes. I had the privilege of serving with Paul for 4 years in the General Assembly. We were both elected in 1966. I might say, along with another gentleman whose name is Ben Cardin, who served in this body for 20 years and in the other body for 3 terms. We were all elected in '66. In that time, I came to respect his great intellect, wonderful wit, sense of decency, and profound integrity. He was a man of principle, guided by the ethics of his immigrant parents, the tenets of his Greek Orthodox faith, and the values of his Baltimore community. He instilled in those same virtues in his son, John Sarbanes, who I've referenced. From drafting the first article of impeachment against President Nixon to spearheading the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, which protects Americans from fraud in our financial markets, Paul Sarbanes made history. Paul Sarbanes was an historical member of the United States Senate and of this Congress. And this bill recognizes Paul, who also sought to preserve our history, and indeed our Constitution and our democracy. As Vice Chair of the Maryland War of 1812 Bicentennial Commission, he worked to ensure that Americans remember the lessons from the nation's Second March of Independence. Naming the Fort McHenry Visitor Center after Paul is a fitting tribute to a man who not only secured the funding for the facility, but who was a lifelong champion for the Chesapeake Bay and its history. Fort McHenry is itself an extraordinary historic site. The rocket's red glare and the bombs bursting in air gave illumination to Fort McHenry. By adding Paul Sarbanes' name to that visitor center at Fort McHenry, it will add further luster to the history of Fort McHenry. For Paul Sarbanes was a man of which this institution and this country could be extraordinarily proud. And it is therefore fitting and appropriate that we would add his name to a linchpin of our democracy and our victory for democracy. So I rise with Mr. Westerman, with Ms. Dingell, with all his colleagues who served with him and who at least have heard of him. I rise to join my colleagues in supporting this legislation so that we can give the Visitor Center a name that ought to command the respect of all Marylanders and all Americans. My friend, a great member of this Congress and a great American, Paul Sarbanes. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 6826, a bill to designate the Visitor and Education Center at Fort McHenry National Monument and Historic Shrine as the Paul S. Sarbanes Visitor and Education Center. This is a well-deserved honor for Senator Sarbanes. He played a key role in securing the federal funding for the Visitor Center. And Fort McHenry is an important historic site, and I want to thank Senator Sarbanes and the visitors who have access to the exhibits and resources to further their education about the fort and its key importance in the War of 1812. Beyond his work at Fort McHenry, Senator Sarbanes was a giant both in the United States Senate and in the state of Maryland. And about 30 years ago this month, I had the honor of joining the staff and serving as counsel to Senator Paul Sarbanes during the Whitewater investigations. I'd watched him during the Watergate hearings when I was a young man. I was one of those strange kids who came home from school and cut on the hearings. We didn't have C-SPAN yet, so this was my first chance to actually see Congress in action. And the two people that stood out for me were Barbara Jordan and Paul Sarbanes. He was a great boss and a great mentor for me, and I wouldn't be here today in the House of Representatives without his influence, his guidance, and his assistance to me in my career. It was a tremendous privilege to work for him. It's a tremendous privilege to be able to speak on his behalf today. And I ask all of my colleagues to support the passage of this legislation. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a straightforward bill that would honor the work and legacy of a devoted public servant. I urge the adoption of this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6826? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill S. 3791 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3791, an act to reauthorize the America's Conservation Enhancement Act and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlelady from Michigan, Mrs. Dingell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on S. 3791, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of S. 3791, the America's Conservation Enhancement Reauthorization Act, or the ACE Act. This bill seeks to improve and codify a series of collaborative conservation efforts between the federal government, states, and wildlife sportsman organizations that have resulted in positive results for numerous species. S. 3791 would first reauthorize a series of successful conservation programs such as the North American Wetlands Conservation Act, the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and the Chesapeake Bay Program. The North American Wetlands Conservation Act, or NAWCA, is particularly important to my home state of Arkansas. As the only federal grant program solely dedicated to wetlands conservation, NAWCA has conserved over 31 million acres of wetland habitat for waterfowl. This is critical for my state, as over 100,000 people each year visit Arkansas for the best waterfowl hunting in the country and to hunt the pristine flooded timber and rice fields of the natural state. Title II of the bill makes important technical changes to the National Fish Habitat Partnership Program. These changes include ensuring that tribes, regional fishery management councils, and marine fisheries commissions are represented on the National Fish Habitat Board and can contribute to reviewing project proposals and allocating grant dollars. I also would like to commend the work of the sponsor of the House companion of this bill, Congressman Rob Whitman of Virginia, who is a true champion of our country's wildlife and sportsmen. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 3791 would reauthorize several critical wildlife and habitat bills through 2030. These include the North American Conservation Wetlands Act, the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation Establishment Act, the Chesapeake Bay Program, and the National Fish Habitat Conservation Through Partnerships Program. The bill would also codify important new programs, such as the Black Vulture Livestock Protection Program, and make technical changes to the National Fish Habitat Board and Partnership. As we know, in the Great Lakes, wetlands, estuaries, and other fish habitats are crucial in providing ecosystem services. They enhance water quality, offer essential habitat for fish and wildlife, mitigate coastal storm impacts, and improve water supply. To conserve and restore these environments, partnerships among federal, state, and regional entities leverage their diverse resources, expertise, and capabilities to maximize their impacts. The North American Wetlands Conservation Act exemplifies a successful partnership-based program, utilizing non-federal partnerships to protect and restore wetlands and retail habitats. This is one of the most cost-effective conservation programs out there, where more than $3 in non-federal contributions are made for every federal dollar invested. Similarly, the Chesapeake Bay program brings together stakeholders, academic institutions, and local governments to collaboratively restore and preserve the Chesapeake Bay. The Bay provides over $130 billion annually in natural benefits, including improved air, water, and soil quality, as well as critical fisheries habitat. Additionally, the National Fish Habitat Partnership unites 20 regional fish habitat partnerships to restore aquatic ecosystems health. Since its inception in 2006, the partnership has rehabilitated tens of thousands of acres of freshwater habitat and over 2,000 miles of rivers, generating more than $1 billion in economic value. Finally, the amendments to the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation authorization will help the foundation and federal agencies better align priorities, report on the status of programs, and help grantees run their programs efficiently. I am proud to support the bipartisan effort to reauthorize these essential wildlife conservation programs. These efforts are critical steps towards addressing the nation's growing biodiversity crisis. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to also thank the gentleman from Arkansas for his leadership on the committee and for his efforts to make sure that the American Conservation Enhancement Act, Reauthorization Act, comes before this body and ultimately gets signed into law. This act is better known as the ACE Reauthorization Act, and ACE it definitely is. It is the ACE that we need in our hand to make sure we are there on the side of our natural resources across this nation. This pivotal piece of legislation signifies our commitment to preserving the natural beauty of our great nation while promoting sustainable practices for future generations. As a lifelong outdoorsman, I am committed to ensuring all Americans have the opportunity to get out and enjoy the outdoors, from the Pacific Ocean to our wonderful national treasure, the Chesapeake Bay. This legislation, which has been amended to contain my House Natural Resources Passed companion language, provides authorization for some of the most effective conservation programs in the history of this nation. This bill will reauthorize the North American Wetlands Conservation Act, which protects waterfowl, fish, and wildlife resources across this nation, and most importantly, preserves critical wetland habitat, which is disappearing at an alarming rate. It supports local economies that depend on outdoor recreation, tourism, and agriculture. It also preserves American traditions such as hunting, fishing, bird watching, family farming, and cattle ranching. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the most successful public-private partnerships in the history of this nation. This program leverages more than $2 of private money to $1 of public money. And all of these dollars come from sportsmen, whether it's through buying a duck stamp to go hunt waterfowl or just to enjoy doing bird watching, which we know our colleague from Virginia enjoys quite a bit of. And it's incredibly impactful for this nation to understand that also on the public side, these dollars from duck stamps are matched with sportsmen who are passionate about these resources, whether it's the waterfowl, whether it's the shorebirds, whether it's the wetland habitats, in organizations like Ducks Unlimited and Delta Waterfowl. Those organizations work tirelessly to raise these dollars, and all of these go to preserving that critical habitat. We know today in our nation these wetland habitats are disappearing at an alarming rate. Our ability to set aside these lands in our national wetlands inventory through our National Wildlife Refuge system is incredible. And we use all kinds of tools to do that, whether it's through purchase of the property or whether it's through purchase of development rights. These conservation easements. They're really effective tools to make sure we preserve this critical habitat. The other part of the ACE Reauthorization Act is reauthorizing the Fishing Habitat Conservation through Partnerships Act. We know our states do a wonderful job of focusing on critical fish habitat and working to preserve those. This bill allows them to do even more with federal partners to make sure they're working in unison with local governments and local organizations to do even more to preserve that critical habitat. Also, as co-chair of the Chesapeake Bay Watershed Task Force, I know how crucial it is to protect our national treasure, the Chesapeake Bay. The Chesapeake Bay is not only the largest estuary in the United States, but also a critical ecosystem that supports diverse wildlife and provides economic benefits to millions of Americans. In fact, I would argue many folks here in the Washington, D.C. area on a daily basis enjoy the wonderful natural resources from the Chesapeake Bay. If you go to a restaurant and happen to order a crab cake or an oyster, guess what? Most likely it came from the Chesapeake Bay. And I'm proud that this bill also reauthorizes the Chesapeake Bay program, a successful federal and state partnership that coordinates efforts to reduce pollution in the Bay. Mr. Speaker, if there is a poster child for a federal role under the Constitution, it is the Chesapeake Bay program, because it truly is an interstate program. It is about getting all the states to work together to make sure we are in unison improving water quality in the Chesapeake Bay. This is indeed that constitutional direction on interstate cooperation that is allowed under the Constitution to achieve what is critical, not just to this nation, but also to our natural resources. The Chesapeake Bay Gateways and Water Trails Network Act is also a critical part of this. It supports efforts to improve the conditions of habitats and enhance public access to the bay and its rivers. We know what an incredibly important economic engine the Chesapeake Bay is. This enhances the ability for folks to enjoy the Chesapeake Bay, to learn more about it, and to have those opportunities there that not only create richness in life for the people that enjoy the bay, but also for the communities that seek their livelihood from the bay. The Chesapeake Bay Watershed Investments for Landscape Defense Act, another part of the ACE Reauthorization Act, helps local entities rehabilitate fish and wildlife habitats throughout the Bay watershed. This ACE Reauthorization Act is...
I yield the gentleman another minute.
Yeah. Without objection, the gentleman's yielded an additional minute.
Thank you. The ACE Reauthorization Act is truly a testament to our commitment to future generations and to the treasure of the natural resources that this nation has at its avail. It ensures that our children and grandchildren will inherit a world that is as rich in biodiversity and natural beauty as the one we cherish today. I urge my colleagues to support the American Conservation Enhancement Reauthorization Act. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While we are on the topic of conservation, I want to thank my colleagues for working with Democrats, not just on this conservation bill, but also on the WILD Act, which I am pleased to hear will be included in the NDAA this month. Like the bill before us today, the WILD Act is a bipartisan effort to maximize conservation impacts through partnerships. Specifically, the multinational species conservation funds, which help conserve iconic wildlife species, including elephants, rhinos, tigers, great apes, and turtles, and the Partners for Fish and Wildlife program, which supports habitat restoration efforts across the United States, including territories. I am pleased to be the Democratic co-lead of the WILD Act, and I thank my Republican colleague, Representative Joyce, for his partnership. I hope all of us can continue finding ways to work together like that on conservation and others issues, just like we are doing today with the ACE Reauthorization Act. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield an additional 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the gentleman from Arkansas again. It's incredibly valuable, I think, for folks across the nation to understand that the American Conservation Enhancement Reauthorization Act is really one of those efforts where we take a lot of separate bills that by themselves do a lot of good, and we bring them together to do even a greater good. And we also are able to, with that, look at how these programs also relate to each other. You know, our effort at this level is to make sure that we coordinate and that we look at how do we utilize resources. And these bills are critically important because it's not just about utilizing federal resources. In fact, I would argue with these bills, it's actually more about leveraging the opportunities and the resources we have at the state and local level, because these bills are incredibly important to localities across the nation. They're incredibly important to the experience that we all have as Americans in enjoying these natural resources. That's why the ACE Reauthorization Act, I think, has such far-reaching impacts on our nation. And it's great today that we can, in a bipartisan way, come together and say, we're in favor of this. This is one of the places where we know, working together, we can get things done that are in the best interest of communities and best interest of our states and commonwealths across the nation. And understand, too, that as much as sometimes people focus on the things that we disagree upon, there's some pretty significant things that we agree upon. Today is one of those days where we look at this and we say, these bills are all about a greater good. They're really about enhancing the quality of life in our communities. They're about achieving things that we look to do in common with each other. We look for private sector to leverage the dollars that are there, people that want to participate in these programs that have really shown to be a success across the spectrum through the years, and that leverage resources. You know, we look today at the challenges we face in the nation about, you know, a deficit in resources that come in versus the resources that go out. This is one of those programs where it really is a success story about how we take a small amount of federal dollars that come from sportsmen. Sportsmen voluntarily pay for these dollars, and they leverage it with public dollars. What a great, or leverage it with private dollars. What a great example of a successful program. Thank you.
Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, by passing S 3791, Congress will ensure the vital conservation work that has benefited countless at-risk species. We will ensure that that can be improved and it can continue on into the future. And when we think about conservation, the word conservation denotes that it's usage of our resources. It's good stewardship. And these programs promote good stewardship. And they not only promote good stewardship, it gets a lot of skin in the game, not just from the federal government and the general public, but from all these conservation organizations and private funds that go in to true conservation work to create the wildlife habitat that benefits so many species. And we know that when we not only benefit species that we like to hunt, we like to fish for, but it also benefits us because clean air and clean water and a healthy, safe environment benefits everyone. And that's what these programs promote. This bill has brought together a diverse group of sportsmen and conservation organizations who see the benefit of the programs included in this bill, as my friend from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, has already stated. These organizations are groups we've all heard of, like Ducks Unlimited and Delta Waterfowl, the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation, and many of us are members of the Congressional Sportsmen's Caucus, the American Sport Fishing Association, and the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. Again, I encourage my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 3791 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative,
I request the yeas and nays.
the yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking the vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8219 as amended.
Will report the title of the bill.
Number 636, H.R. 8219. A bill to require the Secretary of the Interior to conduct a study to assess the suitability and feasibility of designating certain land as a Lahaina National Heritage Area and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlelady from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 8219, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise to support Representative Takuta's bill, the Lahaina National Heritage Area Act. The town of Lahaina, located on the Hawaiian island of Maui, has an incredibly rich history. As the capital of the Hawaiian Kingdom from 1820 to 1845, it remains a center of commerce, tourism, and local pride. Until recently, Lahaina's historic district featured many impressive cultural sites, including a historic hotel, church, and courthouse. Tragically, on August the 8th, 2023, a wildfire caused catastrophic destruction in Lahaina, becoming the deadliest wildfire in over a century. The fire destroyed over 2,200 structures and caused approximately $5.5 billion in damages. Many lost structures dated back centuries and held immeasurable value to Lahaina's people and culture. Just 1 week after this devastating fire, a bipartisan congressional delegation I was leading joined the members of the Hawaii congressional delegation, including Representative Takuta, to see the damage for ourselves firsthand. We were all stunned by the utter devastation that we witnessed there. As Lahaina continues to recover from the trauma of that brutal natural disaster, local leaders have been exploring options that would allow the community to honor its past while promoting the natural and cultural resources it still retains. H.R. 8219 takes a strong step in the right direction. This bill would require the Secretary of the Interior, in consultation with state and local partners, to study the suitability and feasibility of designating the town of Lahaina as a National Heritage Area. A feasibility study is generally the first step in considering a National Heritage Area designation because it helps ensure that the studied area meets all appropriate criteria. I commend Representative Takuta for leading this effort that will empower local decision-making with respect to resource conservation and economic development. In the aftermath of a tragic event like the Lahaina wildfire, this emphasizes and places that emphasis on local concerns, and it strikes me now as more critical than ever. I support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Lahaina National Heritage Area Act, introduced by my colleague from Hawaii, Representative Takuta. This bill would direct the Secretary of the Interior to conduct a feasibility study to determine the suitability of designating Lahaina in Maui County, Hawaii, as a National Heritage Area. It is the historical capital of the Kingdom of Hawaii and is a significant area for Native Hawaiians' history and culture. Today, it still serves as a significant site for Native Hawaiians, but also as a vital economic and touristic hub for the island of Maui. However, in August of 2023, Maui experienced a series of deadly wildfires that took over 100 lives, destroyed thousands of buildings and historic cultural landmarks, and displaced thousands of people. More than a year later, recovery efforts are still underway and are expected to exceed tens of billions of dollars. Designating this National Heritage Area would help preserve Lahaina's rich cultural heritage and support recovery efforts by unlocking federal funding to rehabilitate important sites and establish exhibits, programming, and other public awareness initiatives. I would like to thank the majority for working with us on this bill. It is an important link to the past as the community of Lahaina rebuilds and ensures their heritage lives on. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Hawaii, the sponsor of this bill.
The gentlelady from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 8219, the Lahaina National Heritage Area Study Act. On August 8, 2023, Hawaii experienced one of its very darkest days when the town of Lahaina was consumed by the worst wildfire in modern American history. We lost 102 members of our ohana, and we are still searching for 2 more that are missing. I stand on the House floor today, as I have dozens of times this Congress, to advocate on behalf of those impacted by this tragedy. As we approach the 16-month anniversary of the fires, there is still so much more that needs to be done. And while I will continue to fight for disaster funding and continued federal assistance for Lahaina and all of our communities touched by disaster, every action that we can take to support the rebuilding of our community helps in the healing. Which is why I am so grateful that we are here today to debate my Lahaina National Heritage Area Study Act. Currently, of the 62 national heritage areas in the United States, none are in Hawaii. I cannot think of a better place to designate as Hawaii's first national heritage area than Lahaina. Even before the fires, community-driven efforts led by generational descendants and local leaders were focused on preserving Lahaina's rich history, tradition, and culture for future generations. My bill would be the first step in ensuring that Lahaina finally gets the recognition that she long deserved. The Lahaina National Heritage Area Study Act would direct the National Park Service, in consultation with state and local partners, to study the feasibility and suitability of this designation for Lahaina. At this time, I want to thank Chair Westerman for coming with other members of the House National Resources Committee to Lahaina literally days after the fire. I will forever be grateful for your compassion, kindness, and support that you showed all of our people. And I can tell you honestly that during this time of grieving, it gave them much hope and helped them start towards that process of healing to have you present there, to offer words of comfort and support. And I know that this bill would not be here today without your leadership and support of this initiative. So mahalo to you and to all who came to our islands. I also want to thank all of my colleagues who co-sponsored this bill and supported it throughout the committee process. I especially want to thank members of this committee, including Ranking Member Negus and Congressman Lamalfa, Case, Huffman, and Zablon, as well as the incredible Natural Resources Committee staff for your support and help. It is greatly appreciated. 2 weeks ago, I stood inside one of the first transitional homes built by FEMA, looking out at what was once the vibrant and thriving town of Lahaina. For many who see it now, there are only cleared lots stretching from the hills to the sea. But if you close your eyes, you can feel the deep pangs of loss and grief. It's a pain that we all carry, softened only by the hope that comes with the very first steps towards rebuilding. In seeking to designate Lahaina National Heritage Area, we are daring to look beyond what is in front of us. Beyond the devastation, there is history and culture that predates us all. There was a time when canals and waterways nourished the land, when breadfruit and taro flourished and fed the people, and when Ali'i, our kings and queens, resided and governed there. Once known as Lele before it became Lahaina, this special place was the former capital of the Kingdom of Hawaii. Amidst centuries of political and economic change, she has remained a gathering place for our people. As we work to rebuild Lahaina, my bill seeks to ensure that this is about not just restoring what was lost, but also anchoring our future in the rich history and culture of this sacred place so that they may endure long after we are gone. With the help of this Congress, we can honor Lahaina's past while laying the foundation for a resilient and enduring future. I humbly ask my colleagues to support H.R. 8219, the Lahaina National Heritage Area Study Act. Mahalo, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Did she yield? Mr. Speaker, this is a straightforward bill that will help a hard-hit community and provide it with options for how it can best bounce back. I want to again thank Representative Takuda for advancing this important legislation on behalf of her constituents. I strongly support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate having expired, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8219 as amended? Those in favor so signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. What purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6843.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 621, H.R. 6843. A bill to expand the boundaries of the Atchafalaya National Heritage Area to include Lafourche Parish, Louisiana.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 6843, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise to support Leader Scalise's bill, H.R. 6843, which will modestly expand an existing national heritage area located in his district. Currently encompassing 14 parishes in southern Louisiana's Atchafalaya Basin, this national heritage area promotes the region's unique traditions, language, culture, and landscapes. The Atchafalaya is the nation's largest river swamp, boasting abundant natural resources such as ancient live oaks, towering cypress, sugarcane, and cotton. The region is also home to residents of European, African, Caribbean, and Native American descent, who all contribute to the area's famous Cajun culture. By promoting heritage development and tourism, the Atchafalaya National Heritage Area protects the region's varied cultural and physical resources while contributing to the local economy. H.R. 6843 will build on that success by expanding the boundaries of the National Heritage Area to include nearby Lafourche Parish. This humble expansion will help create jobs and safeguard the region's natural and cultural resources. I want to commend Leader Scalise for leading this effort that will help promote local natural and cultural resources without federal management or ownership and empower local approaches and do not hinder economic development. I support the bill and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6843, a bill introduced by our colleague and my friend from Louisiana, Representative Scalise. The Atchafalaya National Heritage Area was established by Congress in 2006 and is known for its rich cultures and ecologically varied regions. It stretches across 14 parishes in southern Louisiana, where it helps preserve and promote Cajun culture and the area's diverse abundance of wildlife and natural history. This bill would expand the current boundaries of the National Heritage Area to encompass the Lafourche Parish in southern Louisiana. The National Park Service studied and approved the expansion, making this an easy bill to support. National Heritage Areas preserve landscapes of significant importance to communities through natural, cultural, and historical resources. These areas also serve communities by providing recreational and economic opportunities. Expanding the boundaries areas will promote grassroots conservation efforts and expand economic opportunities in this region. This is a win-win. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the lead sponsor of this bill and the leader of the majority, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also want to thank Chairman Westerman for yielding, as well as the whole House Committee on Natural Resources for moving this bill forward. I also like to thank my good friend, Ms. Dingell, for her strong support as well, as she just expressed. I'm honored to speak on behalf of my bill to update the boundaries of the existing Atchafalaya National Heritage Area to include Lafourche Parish, which is in my district. Stretching across 14 parishes in Louisiana, the Atchafalaya National Heritage Area protects our region's storied culture and resources. From Cajun music to Zydeco to our bayous and abundant natural resources, Louisiana has unparalleled culture and heritage and is home to some of the most unique and special landscapes in the world. The Atchafalaya National Heritage Area brings awareness to this region and tells the rich story of Louisiana's treasured culture and history. I'm proud to lead the effort with my delegation colleagues to ensure that Lafourche Parish, the only parish in the historic boundary area that is left out of the original designation, is finally included in this National Heritage Area. This bill corrects a long overdue oversight that will complete the Atchafalaya National Heritage Area. I would like to especially thank my fellow Louisiana delegation members, as well as the executive director of the Atchafalaya National Heritage Area, Justin Lemoyne, the Lafourche Parish President, Archie Chasson, the parishes originally included in the designation, and the other stakeholders for their support in this effort. I encourage all of my colleagues to join in voting yes for this bill and celebrating the great, unique heritage that we enjoy in South Louisiana. Mr. Chairman and Speaker, with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Louisiana yields. Gentleman from Arkansas reserves.
I have no further requests at this time, and I do reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this straightforward bill will help strengthen the economic development, resource protection, and cultural heritage of a unique part of the country while keeping federal involvement to a minimum. I would like to once again thank Leader Scalise for leading this important effort and for his tireless work on behalf of his constituents. I urge the adoption of the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
All debate having ceased, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6843? Those in favor so signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 390 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 637, H.R. 390. A bill to amend the Hudson River Valley National Heritage Area Act of 1996, Public Law 104-333, 54 United States Code 320101 Note, to include all of Saratoga and Washington counties in the boundaries of the Hudson River Valley National Heritage Area.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 390, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of Representative Stefanik's bill, the Maurice D. Hinchey Hudson River Valley National Heritage Area Enhancement Act. Established in 1996, the Maurice D. Hinchey Hudson River Valley National Heritage Area was among the earliest national heritage areas designated by Congress. It follows the Hudson River for roughly 150 miles through New York State, covering 10 counties, 250 communities, and 107 distinct heritage sites. These sites reflect the Hudson River Valley's natural, historic, and cultural contributions to the nation. Many of these sites, for example, have important ties to the Revolutionary and Civil Wars and the Underground Railroad. Recognizing this region's importance to American history, this legislation will direct the Secretary of the Interior to conduct a study assessing the suitability and feasibility of expanding the boundaries of the Hudson River Valley National Heritage Area to include all of Saratoga and Washington counties. This change would bring the federal boundaries of the National Heritage Area in line with the state's boundaries. Such an expansion could increase opportunities for Saratoga and Washington counties to attract more tourism and support local economic development without adding to the federal estate. I'd like to praise Representative Stefanik for her leadership on this issue and for her work this Congress advocating on behalf of her constituents. The Committee on Natural Resources has passed 3 pieces of her legislation this year by unanimous consent, no small feat, and each of these bills directly benefit her constituents. We will all certainly miss Representative Stefanik next year, but in the meantime, I look forward to working with her to advance this bill in Congress. I support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Maurice D. Hinchey Hudson River Enhancement Act introduced by Representative Stefanik of New York. This bill would add the remaining portion of Saratoga County and Washington County in New York to the Maurice D. Hinchey Hudson River Valley National Heritage Area. First designated in 1996, this heritage area preserves and celebrates the nationally significant cultural and natural resources of the Hudson River Valley, including the significance of the location during the American Revolutionary War. As a member of this House, Representative Hinchey fiercely advocated for the success and growth of the heritage area throughout his career. His leadership and dedication made such an incredible mark that Congress chose to designate the area in his honor after he tragically passed away in 2017. This bill is a fitting way to continue the success of the heritage area and honor his legacy. I urge the support for this bill, and I have no other speakers, so I'm going to yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a simple bipartisan bill that will assess promising opportunities to empower local voices, bolster economic development, and protect cultural resources in a very important region. Once again, Representative Stefanik has worked hard to deliver sound policies for her constituents. I urge the adoption of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All debate having concluded, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 390 as amended? Those in favor so signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. And
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
The Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on December 3, 2024 at 1:28 p.m. That the Senate passed Senate 3746, Senate 4305. That the Senate passed without amendment H.R. 7438. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 3791 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 3791, an act to reauthorize the America's Conservation Enhancement Act and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Voted. Vote, the yeas are 366, the nays are 21. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Today, we New Yorkers rise with a heavy heart to honor the memory of Omer Neutra, a 21-year-old from Plainview, New York. A grandson of Holocaust survivors, Omer deferred his enrollment at SUNY Binghamton to serve in the Israeli Defense Forces, driven by a profound sense of duty and a dream of building peace in the Middle East. On October 7, 2023, Omer, serving as a tank commander, was among the first to respond to Hamas's brutal attack, risking his life to protect others. Tragically, as we learned this weekend, his life was taken during this horrific massacre. Omer's loss is deeply felt by the entire community in New York and across America. Flags across our state have been flown at half-staff in his honor, and we all joined together in mourning a young man of extraordinary courage and conviction. Our deepest condolences are with his parents, Orna and Ronan, his brother Daniel, and their entire family. For the past 423 days, driven by the love of their son, Orna and Ronan have endured something that no parent should ever have to endure. With strength, courage, resolve, and hope, they traveled the world, petitioned world leaders, visited Washington dozens of times, and fought tirelessly to bring their son home. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to speak with Orna and Ronan and offered my profound sorrow for their loss and that of our country. I told them how much I admire, respect, and love them, for they never stopped fighting. And I promised them we would never stop fighting to bring Omer's body home and get them the justice they deserve. We will bring them home. May Omer's memory always be a blessing, and may we never forget his sacrifice in the pursuit of peace and in the defense of democracy. I now yield 1 minute to the esteemed House Republican Chair and future U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Elise Stefanik.
Thank you, Mr. Lawler. October 7th marked one of the darkest days in history, the bloodiest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Iranian-backed Hamas committed unspeakable atrocities against humanity, savagely murdering 1,200 innocent Israelis, viciously assaulting and raping women, and taking hundreds of men, women, babies, and elderly victims hostages. And on this day of pure evil, Omer Neutra lost his life commanding his tank platoon in defense of Israel against these barbaric Hamas terrorists. Omer was an incredibly brave 21-year-old American Israeli and New York native who grew up on Long Island, loved the Knicks, and was the captain of his high school basketball team. After spending a gap year in Israel, Omer joined the IDF in 2020, putting off his plans to attend SUNY Binghamton. In the IDF, Omer served as a tank platoon commander on the Gaza border. As the catastrophic events of Hamas's barbaric October 7th attacks were unfolding, Omer's parents, Ronen and Orna, immediately began their advocacy to find their beloved son. For over 420 days, Ronen and Orna shared Omer's story and brought attention to the hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza. They bravely kept their hope and light through dozens of meetings with U.S. and Israeli government officials advocating on behalf of Omer and the other hostages. Ronen and Orna's strength and resilience for over 400 days truly embodies the light that Israel stands for and that Hamas tried and failed to extinguish. It has never been more important to support our most precious ally in its fight for survival and let the world know that this is not Israel's fight alone. And as the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, has made crystal clear, if the hostages are not released, there will be all hell to pay. And I yield back to Mr. Lawler.
Thank you to our nominee for the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. I now yield 1 minute to the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, the Honorable Gregory Meeks of New York.
My heart goes out to Amir's family. October 7th, 2023. Beautiful, clear day. Omer, a 21-year-old who decided that he was going to make a difference and have peace in the Middle East. Just there on duty and then being called because of a horrific attack across the border of Gaza into Israel. 21 years old. He put everything to a side. Never thought on that morning when he woke up that he would have to go into battle to try to save lives because of a vicious attack of pure hate was taking place. He lost his life. An American Israeli citizen killed, a tank platoon commander in the IDF. I can't even imagine the strength and the pain that his family, his mother, his father, Ronen and Orna, have felt and continue to feel. We stand here united today, Democrats and Republicans, members and people of the United States of America, saying that we will stand together. We will be with you. We will continue to pray. For we must make sure that his life was not given and taken in vain. Together, we must make sure that his name is forever, as well as all who lost their lives and those that need to be returned home, because all hostages should be returned home immediately. And strive and move for peace in the Middle East. We cannot stop. We cannot forget. We've got to lock arms, hand in hand, until there is peace and a 21-year-old who had a dream is not deferred A 21-year-old who just wanted peace is not stopped. We will stand together as American citizens to say we will stop evil that is happening, and that happened on that day of October the 7th. And I yield back.
Thank you to the ranking member. I now yield 1 minute to my colleague, Congressman Tom Suozzi, who represents the Neutra family as a member of Congress.
I want to thank Mr. Lawler, and I want to thank all of my colleagues for standing here together today. 8 years ago, I met a 14-year-old Solomon Schechter School freshman at the local Salute to Israel event at the Sid Jacobson JCC on Long Island. His name was Omer Neutra. When I met Omer's parents, Ronan and Orna Neutra, in December of 2023, they described Omer as a likable, big, goofy kid who excelled in sports and who other kids liked to be around. After graduating from the Solomon Schechter School, Omer, whose grandparents were Holocaust survivors, decided that before going to Binghamton University, he would join the Israel Defense Forces. Instead of staying for just a year, he worked his way up to become a tank commander. On October 7th, 2023, Omer was the victim of the surprise attack by the Hamas terrorists. For 420 days, Omer's parents and his brother Daniel have done everything they can with the love and support of hundreds of thousands of others to free their son from captivity. Every day, they soldiered on through alternating deep sorrow and brief bursts of hopefulness. They went from crushing anxiety to steely determination. Just a few days ago, we learned that this young man, this bright light, this courageous idealist, made the ultimate sacrifice. Omer had not been alive for the past 422 days. He was murdered on October 7th. Now, all of his family's alternating emotions have been replaced with deep grief. We who know them grieve with them. We thank God for the gift of his life. We pray for the Neutras. And tonight, we rededicate ourselves to Omer's just cause. We resolve to move forward, guided by his example, his courage, and his memory. And may his memory be a blessing. Am Israel Chai.
Thank you, Congressman. I now ask that all members join me for a brief moment of silence in honor of Omer Neutra. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered as the first sponsor of H.R. 4261, the Amputation Reduction and Compassion Act, a bill originally introduced by Representative Donald Payne Jr., of New Jersey, for the purposes of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. This is the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize National Special Education Day. Special education is about more than academics. It's about opening doors, tearing down barriers, and empowering every child to reach their fullest potential. It's about recognizing that our differences are strengths and that diversity in learning enriches us all. In the 1970s, Congress made a commitment to provide a free and appropriate education to students with disabilities. Through the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, we've made strides in inclusion in education. And while we've made tremendous progress, more work remains to be done. Congress promised to cover 40% of the extra costs of special education, but we've never come close to fulfilling that promise. In fact, the current funding remains at only 14% of the targeted amount. This means our students and schools suffer, and students with disabilities will not be able to succeed, not without the appropriate high-quality services that they deserve. For many years, I've been proud to help introduce the IDEA Full Funding Act, which would gradually increase IDEA funding to reach that full commitment. Mr. Speaker, National Special Education Day is not just a moment to reflect on how far we've come. It's a call to action for how far we still need to go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purposes the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend if necessary.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I filed a bill to require the Ethics Committee to release the ethics report on former Representative Matt Gaetz, and I'll give notice shortly. I don't do this to give the salacious parts of the report to the public for any purposes such as they might have for people, and there certainly are alleged parts in there concerning sex with a minor and drug use. But I do it because it's important, because Mr. Gaetz said that the report was a witch hunt, and it put the House on the defensive. It should have, in saying it was a witch hunt. The House ethics members spent a lot of time, and the staff spent a lot of time, and it cost a lot of money. And the House needs to defend itself. And the best way to do that is to release the report and show it was not a witch hunt, but it was important. It also said that they would determine that he misused his office, he converted campaign funds for personal use, and engaged in bribery, improper gratuities, or impermissible gifts. There are other matters in here that I don't really understand, but I think the public should know. Thank you, sir. Yield back the balance. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give notice of my intention to raise a...
recognized.
Pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intention to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. I recognize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Directing the Committee on Ethics to preserve and release the records of the committee's review of the alleged misconduct of Matthew Lewis Gaetz II of Florida while serving as a member of this honorable body, the House of Representatives. Whereas Matthew Lewis Gaetz II of Florida served in the House of Representatives from January 3, 2017 through November 13, 2024. Whereas Clause 2 of Section 5 of Article 1 of the Constitution of the United States establishes that each House may determine the rules of its proceedings and punish its members for disorderly behavior. Whereas Clause 3A2 of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives provides the Committee on Ethics the authority to investigate alleged violations by a member, delegate, or resident commissioner, officer or employee of the House of the conduct of official conduct or a rule of law, a rule or regulation or other standard of conduct applicable to the conduct of such member, delegate, resident commissioner, officer, or employee in the performance of the duties or the discharge of responsibilities of such individual. Whereas on April 9, 2021, the Committee on Ethics initiated a review of allegations that Representative Gaetz may have engaged in sexual conduct and or illicit drug use, shared inappropriate images or videos on the House floor, misused state identification records, converted campaign funds to personal use, and or accepted a bribe, improper gratuity, or impermissible gift in violation of the House rules, laws, or other standards of conduct, in violation of the federal law and the rules of the House. Whereas on June 18, 2024, the Committee on Ethics released a statement acknowledging the committee's continued review of allegations that Representative Gates may have engaged in sexual misconduct and illicit drug use, accepted improper gifts, dispensed special privileges and favors to individuals with whom he had a personal relationship, and sought to obstruct government investigations of that conduct. Whereas if Representative Gates engaged in the alleged violations while serving as a member of the House, such conduct would affect the rights of the House of Representatives and the integrity of the legislative process. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Committee on Ethics shall, 1, preserve all documents and investigative materials related to any review of Matthew Lewis Gates II's conduct while serving as a member of the House of Representatives. 2, publicly release the committee's report, including any associated findings, recommendations, and proposed disciplinary actions as discussed by the committee on November 20, 2024 regarding the alleged violations of the Code of Official Conduct of the House or of a law, rule, regulation, or other standard of conduct by Matthew Lewis Gates while serving as a member of the House of Representatives. And 3, in accordance with the committee's practice for releasing public documents, they should have witnesses' identities and redact any personally identifiable information of minors and victims from any House documents associated with this matter before publicly releasing them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentleman from Tennessee will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the career of Sheriff John T. Wilcher. Sheriff Wilcher was a veteran law enforcement officer and a lifelong servant of Chatham County. Sheriff Wilcher rose through the ranks, holding nearly every position within the sheriff's office. He retired from the rank of colonel in 2014 and continued his service at Chatham County when he was elected sheriff in 2016. He was then reelected in 2020 without opposition, further establishing his legacy as a trusted public servant. Sheriff Wilcher's excellence extends far beyond his duties as a sheriff. Throughout his career, he won the Georgia Sheriff's Association an Excellence Award, Trial Lawyers Award, the MLK Award for elected officials in 2020, and rightfully secured several other incredible honors. Notably, he founded the annual Chatham County Sheriff's Officer Poker Run, raising over $350,000 for Georgia Sheriff's Youth Homes over the course of 17 years. Sheriff Wilcher is not only an incredible public service, but a dedicated family man. He celebrates his life achievements alongside his wife, Dorothy, and their 2 children. His honor and dedication to Chatham County will be cherished forever and leave a lasting mark on future generations. Sheriff, congratulations on your retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the lady from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise this evening to pay tribute to an extraordinary leader and advocate for our nation's youth, David Wehrmeister of Toledo, Ohio. David passed away recently after a courageous battle with cancer. For over 50 years, a half a century and more, David devoted his life to empowering children and enriching our community through his work with the Boys and Girls Clubs of Toledo. He was phenomenal. His journey began at the South Toledo Boys Club at just 10 years old and blossomed into a career of unmatched fatherly dedication. Later, as executive director for 2 decades, David championed countless initiatives, including partnerships of the clubs with Toledo Public Schools, ensuring all students had access to vital resources and joyful opportunities. He also played a key role in forging creative partnerships with local organizations like the YMCA, the Toledo Museum of Art, the Metro Parks, and the Toledo Zoo. And above all, David was a devoted family man, loving husband to Lisa, and dedicated father to Adam, Nathan, and Anna. His legacy will endure through the thousands, literally thousands of lives he inspired in Toledo and beyond in the critical, formative years that children need. David Wehrmeister's life exemplifies the best of service to your fellow man and woman, building a brighter future, one child at a time. That was David. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For purposes, the gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, seeking House consent to address the House for 1 minute. Rise to remark.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about the urgent need to rein in government inefficiencies and wasteful spending. In 1982, the Grace Commission, launched by President Reagan, revealed shocking examples of bloated budgets like $400 hammers, and offered cost-cutting measures to save taxpayers at the time over $100 billion. It also exposed how politics often stands in the way of real reform. That's why I'm eager to meet with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy this Thursday. These are leaders who've proven that innovation and efficiency can transform entire industries. Imagine applying that same mindset that they bring to clean up our government and save Americans many billions of dollars via the Department of Government Efficiency vehicle that they are working on. The Grace Commission at the time showed us what's possible, but it's time to take that mission further and now. With Elon and Vivek at the helm, I'm confident we can turn bold ideas to action, make a government that works smarter, not harder for the people. Together, let's finish what Ronald Reagan started and deliver the accountability through the Department of Government Efficiency, which shouldn't be an oxymoron or even a joke. Taxpayers should be able to expect efficiency from their government, from their hard-earned tax dollars. I yield back.
For purposes, the lady from California seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and celebrate the 60th anniversary of St. John's Community Health, a beacon of hope and healing for underserved communities in Los Angeles and beyond. Since its founding, St. John's has grown into one of the largest federally qualified health center networks in our country, providing essential healthcare services to hundreds of thousands of patients each year. Guided by a mission of healthcare as a human right, St. John's has touched the lives of countless individuals, ensuring that the most vulnerable in our society receive the care they deserve. This remarkable organization has led with compassion and innovation, addressing health disparities, championing social justice, and advocating for equity in healthcare access. St. John's partnership with labor unions, schools, and local government has strengthened its ability to respond to challenges facing communities in Los Angeles, San Bernardino, and Riverside counties. Mr. Speaker, as we commemorate this milestone, let us recognize the unwavering leadership of Jim Mangia, President and CEO of St. John's, and the contribution of the dedicated staff, volunteers, and supporters. Thank you, St. John's Community Health, for 60 years of care, compassion, and commitment to the well-being of our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For purposes, the lady from California seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening to commemorate World AIDS Day. This year's theme is collective action, sustain and accelerate HIV progress. Indeed, our collective action has delivered immense success to overcome the AIDS pandemic. While our federal government was initially slow to act, federal investment has made a crucial contribution to the fight against HIV and AIDS. America's PEPFAR investments have saved, mind you, more than 25 million lives. 9 out of 10 Americans receiving care through the Ryan White and the Minority AIDS programs are virally suppressed, improving their health and preventing transmission. Housing opportunities for people with AIDS, or HOPWA, has ensured housing stability for tens of thousands of people living with HIV. Now, this progress was not accidental. It required deliberate, substantial federal investment. We had to be intentional. Federal investment in fighting HIV and AIDS remains absolutely necessary. Pulling back now on our investments risks seeing HIV come roaring back. We cannot afford to go back to where we were nearly 4 decades ago. Mr. Speaker, I implore my colleagues to work together to support continued robust federal investments to end the HIV/AIDS pandemic by 2030 for everyone, everywhere. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Sherfless McCormick, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order hour.
Without objection.
It is with a great honor that I rise today to anchor the CBC Special Order Hour. For the next 60 minutes, members of the CBC have an opportunity to honor the legacy of Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm, an individual of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, Congress, the constituents we represent, and all Americans. At this time, it's now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Representative Yvette Clarke.
Let me thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my dear colleague, Congresswoman Sheila Sherfless McCormick, along with her partner, Congressman Jonathan Jackson, for anchoring this evening's special order hour. Shirley Chisholm. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on this special occasion to celebrate and commemorate the 100th birthday of the late Congresswoman Shirley Anita St. Hill Chisholm, and in commemoration of her lifetime of extraordinary trailblazing achievement. Shirley Chisholm was a woman who truly lived her American dream out loud, unapologetically, and with audacity. Her special brand of leadership and her charismatic persona, in concert with her audacious eloquence and sheer elegance, brought to the world our fight for justice through the embodiment of a petite woman from Brooklyn. As the only Black woman in the New York State congressional delegation, also a Brooklynite, and the member who holds the very same seat, in part, that Shirley Chisholm once held, I'm not only duty-bound to prioritize the marginalized, overlooked, and protect the underserved and left behind, I am compelled to do so. Because as my Congress member, Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm did the same for me. She championed my cause, she paid it forward, and she pulled me up. Just as she did for all Americans. You see, Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm was a woman who dared to be a catalyst for change. From her first day in the New York State Assembly to her last in the United States House of Representatives and beyond, Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm fought to deliver justice, fairness, and equality to all Americans. We are all very fortunate that her life's work, which pioneered progress, restructured the status quo, altered the very chemistry of this body, has provided us a blueprint that we need to do the same. And so remembering the name, remembering the accolades of Shirley Chisholm does more than memorialize her life and legacy. It proves to the millions of Black girls and women in this country that if you achieve, if they strive for their greatness, if they better their country and this world, they too may be remembered eternally by the nation they devoted their lives to bettering. They too may be remembered for all the time as the trailblazers and changemakers of their day. We know all too well that progress has never happened by accident. It takes leaders. And in many cases, it takes Black women leaders. So thankfully today, we have countless of them to lean on and to learn from. Together, I believe we have a moral mandate and an opportunity to not just examine racial inequalities that span every sector and every segment of our society, but the responsibility to tell the truth about how we got here. And by celebrating the late Shirley Anita St. Hill Chisholm, we are fulfilling that responsibility. It is indeed my honor to stand here, both of us, born in the month of November, both of us, daughters of Caribbean immigrants, both of us who love to dance and love to dress. Shirley Chisholm, trailblazer. Shirley Chisholm, change maker. Shirley Chisholm will forever be remembered. And with that, I yield back.
It's now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Woman Terry Sewell from Alabama.
Mr. Speaker, I join my colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus in paying tribute to the one and only Shirley Chisholm as we celebrate what would have been her 100th birthday. The first Black woman ever elected to Congress, Shirley Chisholm is an icon and a trailblazing public servant whose contributions to our nation shall never be forgotten. As a founding member of the Congressional Black Caucus, she took a bold stand against injustice for all. She used her position on the House Agriculture Committee to expand food assistance for vulnerable families, and she championed policies to advance equality for women and African Americans. Shirley Chisholm has always been one of my greatest sheroes, and I am fortunate to have met her before she passed. As a senior at Princeton, I had the opportunity to interview Ms. Shirley Chisholm for my senior thesis entitled Black Women in Politics, Our Time Has Come. As luck would have it, it started to snow just as I sat down with her. My 30 minutes interview turned into 4 hours with Shirley Chisholm. Shirley Chisholm shared the challenges and struggles that she encountered as the first African-American woman ever elected to Congress. She spoke about the importance of defining yourself for yourself. She taught us that if you are not given a seat at the decision-making table, bring a folding chair. And most importantly, she inspired little Black girls like myself to have a voice in this world. Today, when I am feeling distraught, when I am frustrated on the House floor, when I am upset that I wasn't able to deliver for my constituent, I walk by that glorious portrait of Shirley Chisholm in the nation's capital. Her hand is on her hips, her finger is pointed. She is indeed unbossed and unbrought. When I see it, when I see that glorious picture, I have to tell you that I get a pep in my step. I get a glide in my stride. She fought the good fight, and so must we. Shirley Chisholm's career paved the way for countless Black women to follow in her footsteps. And I know that it is because of her amazing leadership and leadership like hers that I get to walk the halls of Congress as Alabama's first African-American Congresswoman. I join my colleagues in celebrating the 100th birthday of the legendary Shirley Chisholm. May we never forget the minds that she changed, the change that she sparked, and the countless Americans that she inspired. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
It's now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Barbara Lee.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the gentlelady from Florida for yielding and for your tremendous leadership, your steady leadership in bringing us all together during these very important Congressional Black Caucus special hours. Yes, Congresswoman Chisholm made history as the first black woman to be elected to the United States Congress. She was the first. I am the 20th. That's since 1789, mind you, when the first Congress went into session. She also was the first black woman and the first woman to run for the presidency of the United States of America. Throughout her 7 terms representing New York's 12th congressional district, and mine just happens to be California's 12th congressional district, Shirley worked across the aisle to advocate for her constituents and to pass bipartisan reforms. She focused on tackling issues of food insecurity and economic justice. She was known as Fighting Shirley. She was a fearless advocate for American families and served as a founding member of the Congressional Black Caucus. A couple of stories I would just like to mention tonight. When I came to Congress, there had been no real recognition of Shirley Chisholm, and I decided to introduce a resolution to honor her. I called her from right back there, the cloakroom, and of course the resolution was on suspension. And so on suspension, of course, the first night we come back into session, there weren't very many members here, but there was maybe 2 or 3 Democrats, maybe 1 or 2 Republicans, and Connie Morella from Maryland was on the floor to speak on behalf of the resolution. But as I was talking to Shirley, I told her to turn on C-SPAN to watch it, and she was very upset. She says, Barbara, she says, where are the Republicans? She said, I work very closely with the Republicans constantly. Nobody's there. I said, Shirley, you remember on suspension votes, this first night we're coming back, believe you me, Republicans are supporting this resolution. But she was pretty antsy and upset about that. So I pulled it from suspension that night. First bill, probably the only bill I've ever pulled from suspension, and called for a recorded vote. The recorded vote, all green lights came up, not one red light. So I ran back and talked to her. I said, okay, Shirley, now look at that board. Not one Republican voted no. And she was relieved. I mean, that's just how serious she took her bipartisan work. And she was so happy to see everybody voting on her behalf, remembering her legacy that night. Another story I think that's very important for all of us to remember is as the public comes into the Capitol, they see this beautiful portrait of Shirley in the hall, and a young African-American artist from Compton, California, painted that. Well, that was when, and I want to thank Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi and the late Congresswoman Juanita Millender McDonald from California, who was the chair of the House Administration Committee. Well, they fought like you would not believe to get this portrait authorized and appropriated and painted. And I just want to take this moment to remember Juanita Millender McDonald tonight, because there is no way we would have had that portrait had she not been chair of that House Administration Committee and our speaker leading the Democrats, working with Juanita to make that happen. And of course, to my Delta sisters here, remember that day when we unveiled the portrait. There were many, many Delta's members of her sorors were there that day we unveiled that picture. Fast forward to postal stamp. Everything has been very difficult. You know, if you're a woman of color, sometimes everything gets a little challenging. So we tried to have Shirley Chisholm's legacy memorialized in a postal stamp. Well, I introduced the legislation. It had to be bipartisan. We, received the bipartisan support. Then after about 5 years, they told me, oh, you can't do this. To have a postal stamp in someone's honor, you have to wait 10 years until after they pass. Well, they never told me that up front. So we had to start all over again, but we finally got it done. So if you don't have one of the Shirley Chisholm legacy historical stamps, please try to get the Postal Service to get you one, because they're beautiful stamps, and they really exemplify her beauty and her strength. Now, just finally, let me just say one personal thing about Shirley, because she was the catalyst for my career in public service. When I met her, I was a student at Mills College, and like so many young people today, I was intentionally, mind you, intentionally disconnected with the political system. It wasn't that I was apathetic. It wasn't that I didn't understand what was going on. It was that I did not believe that it worked for me, a young black mother raising 2 children on her own on public assistance. But I was very active. I was president of the Black Student Union. When I met and talked with Shirley, she took me to task. She called me little girl to the day she died. I was by 26 then. She said, little girl, you're not registered to vote? I said, no, ma'am. She said, why not? And I told her why not. I said, I didn't believe in politics. It just wasn't working for me. And finally, she convinced me that I needed to get involved. And I ended up, bottom line, organizing her Northern California presidential primary out of my Mills College class with 2 students, Andre Swanson and Sandy Gaines. Went on to Miami as a Shirley Chisholm delegate, where I met Mr. Clyburn. And the rest is history. I got an A in the class, actually. I was going to flunk that class because part of the work was to do field work, and I was refusing not to work in the guys' campaigns. So let me just say that it's important to remember that she flipped the script, and she left the indelible legacy on American politics, all while holding the door open for the rest of us to step through. And throughout her life, she did remain unbought and unbossed. And hopefully this week, the House and the Senate will finally honor her with the Congressional Gold Medal. She deserves it. And I want to thank you again in the CBC for your leadership and for giving us a chance to really salute our heavenly sister, Shirley Chisholm. Thank you again.
So much. It's now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Joyce Beatty from Ohio.
Thank you to my CBC colleagues and anchors for tonight's special order hour, and to you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, as many of my colleagues have done, to celebrate the 100th birthday of a titan of American democracy, Shirley Anita Chisholm. Born 100 years ago, as we have heard, Shirley Chisholm shattered barriers as the first black woman elected to Congress and the first black woman to serve on the House Rules Committee. She was fearless, fighting for equity, early childhood education, labor protections, and domestic workers, and programs like SNAP and WIC, Mr. Speaker, that today we are still fighting for. During this very Congress, we are debating something that she has left us a legacy with. Maybe we should go back in time and revisit what she did for our Farm Bill. Her advocacy also inspired Title IX, the Equal Rights Amendment, and generations of women to lead in boardrooms, classrooms, and yes, right here in these chambers. But she did not stop there. In 1972, she stood before America and declared her candidacy for president, not for the glory of winning, but to make room at the table for those silenced too long. Mr. Speaker, it thrives in every black person who refuses to wait their turn, and every leader who prioritizes people over politics. I can tell you, as Chair Emerita of the Congressional Black Caucus, the body that she co-founded with 12 other black men, I stand on her shoulders. The Congressional Black Caucus stands on her shoulders. I might go as far as saying America stands on her shoulders. Little girls come and tour the United States Capitol, and they see that painting. The same painting, Mr. Speaker, the day I was sworn in on this floor, I went to and touched the frame and said the 2 most powerful words we can say: thank you, Shirley Chisholm. And now I stand here in this room, in this chamber where Shirley Chisholm stood. I am so proud, as we heard my colleague Barbara Lee say, yes, she was a proud member of our beloved sorority, Delta Sigma Theta sorority. And today I serve with 8 Black women who are members of Delta Sigma Theta sorority, many of them in this chamber right now. So I leave us with her words. And whether this nation acknowledges her words, they stand strong with not just us as Black women, but white and brown women. Stands with little girls that she said, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. And the significance of that is so valuable because it's talking about how we have been denied to be at that table. And see, if you're not in the room, you don't have a voice. And Shirley Chisholm gave us that voice. So today I say thank you to my colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus for allowing us to be in her chambers, stand in her footsteps, and make a commitment and a pledge that we will always have a seat at the table because we will bring a chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleagues. I now yield back.
It's now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Bonnie Watson-Coleman.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleagues from the Congressional Black Caucus for taking this time to acknowledge this champion. So today I rise in recognition of the late Shirley Chisholm, who was born 100 years ago last Wednesday. A child of immigrants raised in Brooklyn, Shirley Chisholm would go on to become the first Black woman elected to Congress and the first woman ever to seek the nomination for president from either major American political party. The values she championed throughout her career still serve as noble guiding principles for us all today. She ran unequivocally, unashamedly, and unreservedly on anti-poverty, anti-war, and anti-racist platforms. She spoke plainly, forcefully, and with a moral clarity that cut through the smoke-filled rooms where men made deals for us on behalf of themselves. Now, maybe more than ever, our country is in need of the strength of a Shirley Chisholm. As I close, let me just say, everyone has a Shirley Chisholm story, and I thank God I have one too. I spent the day with her talking about the building of the Congressional Caucus on Black women. And she asked me, she said to me, Bonnie, I need you down here in D.C. to work with us on a national level. Little did we know what God has prepared for you. I am because she was. I'm grateful to God. I yield back.
It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Shontel Brown of Illinois.
Ohio. Okay. Thank you, Sheila Shifless McCormick, the gentle lady from Florida, for your recognition, and thank you for pulling the CBC together for this special order hour, along with my colleague from Illinois, from Mr. Jonathan Jackson. I am honored to join my CBC colleagues in recognition of the 100th birthday of the great Shirley Chisholm here in the House chamber. And it is so appropriate that we are here because this is one of the places where Shirley made history. On January 3rd, 1969, she was the first Black woman to walk into this chamber as a member of Congress. That was the 91st Congress of the United States, meaning that the first 90 Congresses, dating back to 1789, had not featured a Black woman. And of course, most Congresses had not featured many women or many Black representatives at all. In fact, the same day that Congresswoman Chisholm was sworn in, my predecessor representing Northeast Ohio, the Honorable Louis Stokes, another founding member of the CBC, also took office, being the first Black member of Congress from Ohio after 166 years of statehood. That is why I have so much pride when I look at my colleagues, because we are here now. And it started with Shirley Chisholm. And Shirley Chisholm served, legislated, and lived like she was making up for lost time, making up for all the times that people like her had been shut out of the conversation or left out of the room. That's why her legacy is so strong today. She wasn't just a first. She wasn't just a historical footnote. She was a fighter. Shirley Chisholm was someone who came here on day one and demanded to be heard and demanded that her constituents be heard. So she fought, unbought, and unbossed for the nutrition benefits, for people in need, for child care, for universal health care, and for justice for Black women and Black Americans and all people in this country. And these fights are not over. As we head into a new Congress next year, along with a new president, it is clear that many of these same battles will be fought anew. Therefore, as we celebrate Congresswoman Chisholm's 100th birthday, let us all draw strength from her example and the courage to carry on her legacy. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you so much, Representative Shontel Brown from Ohio. Now it's my honor to yield to Representative Sidney Kamlager-Dove from California.
Thank you, and I just want to give thanks and appreciation to the gentlewoman from Florida for holding it down during the special order hour for the CBC, and I want to thank the gentleman for Illinois for doing the same. Mr. Speaker, today we stand on the shoulders of a giant who stood just 5 feet 3 inches tall, but had the power to shake the nation. Shirley Chisholm wasn't just the first Black woman elected to Congress. She was a force of nature who shattered barriers and dared anyone to stop her. Spoiler alert, they couldn't. In a world that told her no at every turn, Shirley said, "Watch me, watch me." She ran for Congress. She won. She became the first Black woman to serve in this very body, a body that, let's be clear, wasn't exactly rolling out the red carpet and still kind of doesn't. But did that stop her? Absolutely not. She showed up, took her seat, and if there wasn't a seat, Shirley brought her own folding chair, slammed it down, and said, "Let's get to work." She made history. And along the way, she didn't just break the rules, she rewrote them. She fought for civil rights, women's rights, and economic justice. And she did it all without ever compromising who she was or in what she believed. Shirley didn't come to Congress to blend in. She came to lead, to challenge, and to remind the world that power belongs to those bold enough to claim it. And lead she did, fearlessly, unapologetically, and always with her eyes on a better and more just future. Her campaign slogan, "Unbought and Unbossed," wasn't just a catchy phrase, it was her truth. In a world that told her, "Wait your turn," she declared, "My turn is right now." And when she ran for president, she didn't just run to win, she ran to pave the way for the rest of us. Her courage made it possible for people like me, for people like all of us in CBC to serve. Her voice ensured that our voices would one day be heard. Her fierce advocacy for women, Black Americans, and the marginalized taught us a vital lesson. If they won't give you power, you take it. In my office, where her portrait graces the walls, I am reminded daily that it is not enough to be in the room, you must shake it. You must demand justice. And most importantly, you must never let anyone tell you to wait your turn. Because as Shirley said, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. Thank you, Madam Shirley Chisholm. We've got our chairs, and we are just getting started. You know, many of the women here shared their story. I don't have a story because I'm too young, but I will tell you, in my home, Shirley Chisholm was a legend. And so to be in the same chambers where she stood, where she fought, where she won, where she declared that we deserve to be here, it is an awesome experience and feeling every single time we are here to know we have shared the same space with the great, the legendary, the most powerful Shirley Chisholm. It is why her photos are in all of my walls in the office, because I want everyone, when they come to see me, I want them also to see her. Thank you, Shirley Chisholm. We honor you and we carry your legacy forward, unbought, unbossed, and unstoppable. Thank you, and I yield back.
It's now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Jennifer McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the incredible life and legacy of Shirley Chisholm, whose 100th birthday we celebrated over the weekend. Unbought and unbossed, Shirley was the first Black woman to serve in this body, a body that was not built for her. She swore an oath to support and defend the U.S. Constitution, a document that did not include her and we the people. And in the year of my birth, she became the first Black woman to run for President of the United States. Her bravery and determination broke barriers and paved the way for so many Black women in politics, including myself, saying, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. And as the first Black woman elected to represent the Commonwealth of Virginia, elected 55 years after her historic election, I stand on her shoulders. Sometimes, sitting in my office, I look at her portrait that's also on my wall, and I reflect on the fact that in many ways, I am fighting many of the same fights that she fought. And the other 31 Black members of Congress today are in those fights with me. She had to fight them alone. We fight to include women in the Constitution through the Equal Rights Amendment still today. We fight to feed the hungry through the SNAP program still today. We fight to extend worker protections that most people take for granted, like minimum wage, to domestic workers still today. But we fight those fights from a position of more power than she could have dreamed of because of her. She left us a legacy to build on. And today, the entire Congressional Black Caucus, but especially the 32 women, are grateful to Shirley Chisholm for her incredible service and countless contributions to our nation. We will continue to build on the progress and momentum that Shirley created until we no longer have to bring a folding chair. But the table is big enough to include everyone touched by the policies we adopt in this body. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Representative Lee Carter, who's the daughter of Sheila Jackson Lee for the first time.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the incredible legacy of an iconic American trailblazer and a tireless advocate for justice, the Honorable Shirley Anita Chisholm. I want to thank the gentle lady from Florida, gentleman from Illinois, and of course the members of the Congressional Black Caucus for hosting this special order honor in honor of this indelible and phenomenal woman, one of many, many firsts. I'm so proud of Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm, who shattered barriers when she became the first Black woman elected to the United States Congress in 1968. Her historic election wasn't just a victory for her district, it was a victory for all of us. And I stand here with humility thinking that I'm walking and standing in the same chamber in which she stood. It was a powerful affirmation that the halls of the most powerful democracy should belong to everyone, regardless of race, gender, or background. She forged new pathways for Black women like me, for my daughter, and all those who came after her. She set a tone in politics demanding inclusivity and diversity by unapologetically challenging systemic racism, sexism, and corruption. During her 7 impactful terms in the U.S. House of Representatives, she championed causes often overlooked by standing up for marginalized communities, women, children, and the working class. In 1972, when she broke yet another barrier, becoming the first Black woman to seek the presidential nomination of a major political party, her bold and visionary candidacy challenged the status quo and redefined what leadership in America could look like. She was an incredible inspiration to my late mother, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, and she was one of her most revered sheroes, and she spoke of her often. Much like Chisholm, Congresswoman Jackson Lee worked tirelessly for the people, advocating for her district's pressing issues from education to health care, affordable housing, and job creation. Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud and look forward to supporting and voting for the Shirley Chisholm Congressional Gold Medal Act, which will honor her trailblazing career and outstanding contributions to our nation, and might I say, our world. When asked about her own legacy, Chisholm once stated, "I want to be remembered as a woman who dared to be a catalyst of change." Indeed, she was what she dared so boldly to be, and we are grateful to her for that. Today, we thank her for her courage, her strength, her resilience, her steadfast commitment to justice and fairness. As a mother, former educator, and now Congresswoman myself, standing in the very hall she held, I give special thanks to her for always standing up and speaking up for the power that we all possess. And so let us celebrate and honor her legacy by recommitting ourselves to be catalysts for change, not only in our communities, but in this hollow chamber and across our nation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inquire on how much time is left.
The lady has 16 minutes.
At this moment, I'd like to yield to myself. In continuance of honoring the life and legacy of Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm, I wish to highlight her unflinching devotion to the American people. No matter how daunting it was or had seemed to onlookers to be the first and only Black woman in Congress, Congresswoman Chisholm rightfully earned the nickname Fighting Shirley for her determination in empowering underserved communities. She fought hard and fast for the least represented in the United States, introduced over 50 pieces of legislation geared towards reviving her constituents and the nations and relieving them of injustice. She was regarded as being deeply in touch with the nation as she advocated for policies that uplifted citizens out of poverty and empowered them through job training and education. She advocated for our veterans, introduced legislation to increase their benefits so that those who served our country would not suffer from inflation. Her determination to create a nation where every American could succeed lived through us all. Let us continue to honor her legacy by continuing the fight to deliver justice for the American people. It's my honor to be here today serving in the CBC. Because of Shirley Chisholm, us women are here today. Today, the CBC has over 31 women who are in Congress today, increasing in the next Congress. We're here today, each one of us, holding a piece of Shirley Chisholm, hoping to actually fulfill her dream of one day, pushing this nation forward where all of our children and American people can live together in a city and in every nation where we have equality, justice, and a clear education for everyone. With that, I'd like to yield to my co-chair, Jonathan Jackson from Illinois.
Thank you, the Honorable Congresswoman Sheila Shurflis McCormick from the great state of Florida. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable John James of the great state of Michigan, it is my pleasure to stand before you today to speak on behalf of the Honorable Shirley Chisholm, a woman that has come in from such depths to such heights that everyone should be reminded of her greatness and the trail that she had to blaze. She had no path to find. She had to indeed blaze a trail. If you can think about it, since 1789 to 1969, after 180 years, it was the first time an African-American woman was able to be called a representative. African-American women have been at the bedrock, the foundation of this nation, and oftentimes had gone without recognition. Think about the indignities that women have experienced in the past and in the present. We're still fighting the same fights for dignity, for a woman to have rights over her body. Now the corridors are filled with so many men that have had transgressions against women. I thought those fights were behind us, but we're still fighting for a woman to be believed in these same corridors. Think about it. It wasn't until 1993 that the senators, female senators, actually had a place to give their bodies comfort because there was no restroom off of the Senate floor. We've come a long way, but we have so much further to go. And it was only in 2011, not that long ago, that they finally built restrooms off of this House floor on the same second floor so that women could relieve their bodies. Now we have a very long way to go to understanding the issues that they face, the believability that they should be given the assumption of, as now people are seeking nomination and are still being hurled with these accusations because they won't give women a fair voice. I want to thank the lovely legacy of the Honorable Shirley Chisholm. If you can imagine being born in 1924 at the height of lynching in the United States of America, but something did not put out that burning fire inside of her soul, that she would have the audacity, the unmitigating gall to want to be president of these United States, to know that she indeed could serve. And from that spark that could not be quenched out, that flame that has lit so many other women, I want to say thank God for her. As we commemorate, as we hold aside a special time to remember a woman that was a trailblazer. She didn't follow a path. There was no path for her to follow. She has since laid a path so that so many others could matriculate and ascend to the height of their full potential. It is at this time, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Congressman John James, I would like to turn this back over to my colleague, the Honorable Sheila Sherfless McCormick from the great state of Florida, and I rest.
Well, thank you, Representative Jonathan Jackson from Illinois, for that passionate speech. Mr. Speaker, today we recognize Shirley Chisholm's tireless commitment to injustice and equal opportunity. During her time in office, Congresswoman Chisholm consistently fought against racial discrimination and systemic inequalities endured by all African Americans. She was a vocal supporter of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and the Fair Housing Act of 1968, working to create an America where everyone could thrive regardless of race. She was a trailblazer who fought for the inclusion of women and African Americans in positions of power. Her election to Congress inspired generations of Black women, showing them that they too can hold public office. Shirley Chisholm has a special place in my heart, being born in Brooklyn, raised in Queens, and later moved to Florida, and a Caribbean woman. Seeing her do that inspired all women to know that it was possible. Today in Congress, we proudly stand 31 strong Black women, and we are about to welcome the highest number of Black women in history from the 119th Congress. Congresswoman Chisholm's advocating for economic opportunities for marginalized communities. Believing economic mobility was key for empowering African Americans and building a strong America. Her tireless commitment to underserved community is still inspiring today. As we honor Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm, we must continue to uphold her values and strive to create the America she envisioned. Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield to Honorable Barbara Lee.
Thank you very much. Thank you for yielding again. I just wanted to add another dimension to this discussion regarding Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm. You know, Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm's parents were from the Caribbean. Her father was from Guyana and her mother was from Barbados. And Congresswoman Chisholm grew up in Barbados, even though she was born in New York, but she had a very profound worldview. She understood we all were connected to each other. And very recently, in honor of her 100th birthday, for the very first time, an American's portrait was unveiled in the Parliament of Barbados. And this is a significant historical fact for all of us to remember. And I just want to say thank you again for giving us a chance to lift her spirit up tonight, and want to say to Shirley Chisholm, happy heavenly 100th birthday. Thank you again, Congresswoman.
Thank you so much. Before we close, I would like to recognize once again Barbara Lee for all her hard work in Congress. And it's so fitting that we celebrate 100 years of Shirley Chisholm and have Barbara Lee with us. You would be sorely missed. I know Shirley Chisholm is looking down right now, and she's so proud of you. Because of Barbara Lee and her mentorship, we have a sisterhood in Congress with the CBC women, a sisterhood, a bond that it can't be broken. So I thank you, Barbara Lee, for your mentorship, for your sisterhood, for everything you've done. And I can't help but think that Shirley Chisholm is looking down at all of us and saying how proud she is that we've gotten here. We have a lot of work to do. What we started and what she started has to be finished, I hope, by our generation, by working together and us all recognizing her hard work on both sides. With that, Mr. Speaker, you've heard from my distinguished colleagues about Ms. Shirley Chisholm, all issues of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, our constituents, Congress, and all Americans. Tonight. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the lady from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for decades, Americans have been sold the line that a college degree is a prerequisite to success and economic mobility. This can be discouraging to the vast majority of the American workforce without a baccalaureate degree. But study after study shows that this narrative no longer holds true. In the face of rising college costs, a new model for stability and success is available. It celebrates hands-on job experience. A new study of 65 million American wage earners by the Burning Glass Institute, an independent nonprofit research center, found that by the age of 40, 1 in 5 workers with only a high school diploma earned above the median income for college graduates, $70,000, without the drag-down effect of a college degree. Even more impressive is the nonprofit's finding that 5% of them, a cool 2 million Americans, earned 6-figure salaries. How did they get started on these successful careers? One factor is what Burning Glass calls launch pad jobs. These jobs give high school students and graduates real-world wage-earning experience that develop skills they can build careers upon. The jobs are widely varied: telemarketer, computer support specialist, software developer, flight attendant, commercial diver, and quarry rock splitter all offer this new route to success. A recent New York Times article profiled 2 young people whose success is indicative of the value of these launchpad jobs. One young man worked a summer internship at a local bank the summer after his high school graduation. This earned him a place as a full-time bank teller and soon a loan officer. Now, at the age of 21, he earns $50,000 a year with no college debt, mind you. These launchpad jobs are not antithetical to college either. That 21-year-old bank teller is currently getting his Bachelor of Arts while working as a loan officer. His job is helping him build the life he wants. One huge problem with college is that it pushes young people to study and choose a major when they have no real-world experience that would guide their choice of what and how to study. These launchpad jobs can address this obstacle. A young woman who participated in a career learning program in her junior year in high school received experience that qualified her for a job at a local pharmacy during her senior year. When she graduated high school, she had a high-earning job that she used to put herself through undergraduate school and beyond, ultimately earning a doctorate in a field she knew from firsthand experience she loved and was good at. At 28 years old, she now earns $100,000 a year as a pharmacy operations manager at a teaching hospital. She credits her success to so-called launchpad programs. Quote, "I never would have known of the opportunity without the work-study program," end quote, she said. If we want to strengthen the American workforce and help young wage earners achieve economic stability and success, we need to stop shunting them into an education model that saddles them with debt and delays their real-world experience. Instead, we need to empower programs that offer high school students experiences that help develop real skills and launch young Americans into successful careers. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does the gentlewoman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.